Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Kindly confirm you can hear me. I would like to get your responses in the comments. Please confirm you can hear me. We have 9 people on the call now. Thank you guys for coming on time. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Eze. Yeah, okay. Brandon, thank you so much for joining. Thank you, Thomas. I can see your responses. I would like to hear from you. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining this session once again. So before we start, let's know where you are joining from. We would like to know where you are joining from. Let's get them in the comments. Where are you joining from? So we'll be doing this for like 2 to 3 minutes, and then we are not waiting for latecomers this time. This time around, the live session will be packed with a lot of insights, a lot of things to learn. So whether you're having a laptop or not, you're going to be learning a lot of things that would benefit everybody. So please, if you have anyone who would be interested in this session, please let's call them to join the session. You can send a link to people who would be interested in this session. Thank you so much, everyone, once again for joining. So this is just the introductory part of the session. Thank you so much. Brandon is from Zimbabwe. Thank you for joining. Okay, Thomas from South Africa. Okay, let's get more comments from you. I would like this session to be as interactive as possible. Okay, yeah, you can hear me. Yes, please. I would like to know where you are joining from. Thank you so much for joining in time. Thank you for joining today's session. So once again, welcome everyone to today's live session. We've had a lot of sessions in the time past. We've had data cleaning session. That was the first session that we had. And then we had one for introduction to Python. And then the last 2 weeks, we had another one on Excel, and it was packed with a lot of values. And I know a lot of people joined us, right? And you gained a lot of insights, especially the classes that we've had in the time past. And believe me, this time around, the session is also fully packed because I took my time to check for the most qualified person to handle this Python, right? And I've invited someone who is very incredible, who is amazing, who can teach very, very well. So he's also here to handle the session. Abdullah, thank you once again for joining. I know you joined it like the last class on from UK. You're all welcome to and many people run away from Python, and that's the truth. They feel that it's not for them because it is about coding and all that. And that was why I decided to invite me. Okay, all right. So I've invited a very fantastic person who would break it down for you in a way that you're interested in learning Python, knowing how to code, knowing how to automate your processes and all that. And so, like I said, we're going to be covering how to set up Python, how to explore data sets. You're going to be also performing hands-on analysis step by step using Python. And a few minutes ago, I shared some links with you. If you are not yet on the channel, please ensure you join the WhatsApp channel because I sent a list of links that would be useful for you during this session. So our facilitator, when I was interacting with him, so he told me that he would like to show you the different environments, the different tools, right? The different softwares that you can use to write Python. So if you don't have access to a tool, you'd be able to use it, a more suitable tool for you, right? you'll be able to use it for your. So we are going to be installing Anaconda, we'll be installing Python itself, we'll be installing, you'd also use Colab as well. For those that don't have access to their laptops, if you want to use phones, you would also use that for it. And so, like I said, please, if you've not checked the WhatsApp channel yet, please go back there, check the channel, ensure you download those links. If you have not downloaded them yet, you don't have to worry. You can just start downloading those tools while we are introducing the session, right? And I also added a data set that we would be using for the session as well. If you haven't downloaded this data set yet, please do well to download this data set, because we will be doing hands-on practicals. We are going to be practicing a lot of things during this session. So please, if you don't have a pen with you, and before I introduce the speaker, please I would also like to confirm you can hear me clearly. I also want to before we go on. Jedi, yes, so please check the WhatsApp channel for the link. Everything is there. And then yes, so without further ado, I don't want us to take a lot of time now. So I've already shared with you every single before I invite him, I would be reading his profile shortly. Anyway, while I'm trying to get his profile, please let's welcome Malik. Let's welcome him into the session. Please, if you have anyone who you think will be interested in the session, please let's invite them into the session. Let's send the link out. So we have like 43 people on the call now. Please, if you have anybody who is not here and you think the session would be beneficial to them, please send them the link. So I'll be reading the facilitator's bio right now, and then I'll call him to join the call. So we have a published scholar as well, and a scientist at Wema Bank, Nigeria, is certified data science professional, accredited by the International Institute of Independent Professionals and Scholar, is an IDR statistical consultant associate, Microsoft Azure AI Fundamental certified as well, and is on track to the Azure AI Engineer Associate, and is also a 2025 Google Kaggle Gen AI Bronze medalist. So thank you so much, Malik, for joining us. So before we start, please let's welcome Malik. Let's welcome him into the... okay, please confirm you can hear me, because I can't see any comments from anyone right now. Okay, thank you, Eze. Yeah, Eze Ditch, thank you so much from Port Harcourt. Thank you for... So it's only Eze I can see a comment. Please, let's welcome Malik. Let's welcome him into the call. I think he has joined us here. Thank you, Abdullah. Let's all welcome him. Please, Malik, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you, Esther. Good
Yes.
afternoon. Can you hear me?
Okay, Salaudin, thank you so much. Yes, so I will yield the floor So Malik now, let's him
Yeah, can you hear me now, Esther? Hello, can you hear me, Esther? Yeah, I can see people saying they can hear me, but I think I lost
start the
Esther
introduction. Thank you so much,
there.
Malik, for joining us.
Yeah, but can you hear me now, Esther? Okay. So I will be sharing my screen now. Just let me know what you guys are seeing on my screen right now. Okay. So can you guys see my screen now? Esther, you can please unmute and confirm that I'm sharing the right screen, please.
Yes, I can see. Okay. Yes, I
So,
can see your screen now. It's coming up.
okay, what do you have on my screen now? Is it showing the front page for the
Yeah, your
class?
slides. Yeah, your slides. Yes. Python for beginner.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, Malik, I can hear you.
Yeah, I said, is it showing the front page of the presentation now? Can I go on?
Yes, yes, it is. Yes, you can go on,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everybody. You are welcome to the Python for Beginner Data Analyst class. My name is Bello Malik Belumi. I think Esther has done justice to introducing me well. So, I am not going to dilly dally and waste our time and just go straight into the class. So, in today's class, we will mostly be looking at introduction to Python, and like Esther has said, we will walk through how to set up different environments and tools for a Python project, starting from different kind of IDs you can use, different kind of notebooks, and thereabouts that you can walk through house anytime you want to start a Python project. And besides that, we would specifically be using Google Colab for this class because it's open source, it's available on the web. Even for you to follow through the class, you can work on it through your phone. So, which is why we'll be using that for this class. And obviously, we'll be looking at some basics of programming because just like we would find out in the course of this class, Python is a programming language. And to use a programming language, the best way is to learn the basis of programming first. Then we'll delve fully into Python and what are the basic core concepts that you need to know as a data analyst using Python. Then we'll look at some mini projects along the way. Then we will now talk about all the foundational libraries that you need as a data analyst. And finally, we will end with analyzing a real life data set. And that's where we are going to call it today. So now for this session, yeah, I will require a couple of things from you, and it is something quite psychological rather than a requirement per se. So just find somewhere that is cool, calm, and relaxed. A good number of you might already been doing this, but if you're not, find a very cool, calm place to sit down, get your back on the lounge or a couch if it's something comfortable per se. Then I am of the opinion that not everybody on the team is hearing or using Python first for the first time. But if you have a few ideas, just kind of like open yourself up. Maybe, who knows, you'll be hearing new things in this class. And most importantly, this class is not just, oh, I attended a Python session that was held by Staragu, I did this, I did that. At the end of the day, the outcome we are looking at from this class is for you to be able to use Python as a tool for your project as a data analyst. So you need to really think about some of the things that we'll discuss in today's section. Yeah. So and I hope that with the few knowledge I have to dispense into the section, we'll be able to at least learn one or two things here. So now let's start. You see, the truth is there is a lot of myths out there, some of which are true, some untrue, some in between. But the one I don't want any of us to have at the back of our mind in this class is for you to say Python is hard. Nah, Python is not hard per se. At least When you compare it to other programming languages like Java, Ruby, PHP, Python is one of the easiest programming language that you can learn. And for me, I believe it's more psychological than it is of your knowledge per se. If you can convince yourself enough that Python is not really difficult to learn, then you're already on the track of getting yourself to the brink of success when it comes to writing Python code. Luckily for us, we in data field, we don't really need to learn a lot of production code Python like that, like a Python software developer would. We have some levels of libraries that we work with, which we will try and discuss in the course of this class. But before I move on now, I would really love everybody now to, in the comment section, type Python is not hard. Make it personal. You can say Python is not hard for me. Python is not going to be hard for me. In any way that you can feel personal. So I'll be coming back to the comment section to check that first before we continue. Okay. Yeah, Python is not going to be hard for me. Python is not hard. Python is not hard for me. Thank you, Kunle. Thank you, Talent Basket. Thank you, Ibrahim. Why many people might feel like this is a beginning, what do we call it now? Motivational quote. It is not. It is more of psychology when it comes to really writing Python code, because at some point you might have to deal with a lot of errors, and your psychology is one of those things that is going to help you. So thank you, Baba DJ. Thank you, Kule. Python is not going to be hard for any of us in this team. So I'll be going back to sharing my screen now. Yes. So now that we have that out of the way, now let's start with a little bit of origin of Python. Who invented Python? That you and I we now have to learn it now in today's 21st century world? Well, the name of that creator of Python is Guido van Rossum, who many people will refer to as father of Python. He actually started working in Python, while working on Python as some sort of Christmas holiday project. As funny as it might sound, yes. So it was just a thing that I felt like, okay, there's a way we can convert all these big programming languages of the time, them Java, them Ruby, them PHP at the time, to something that is kind of more readable and English-like. And that was a project you just start off one Christmas day and be like, okay, let's start writing. And it started around 1989, and by 1991, in that space of 2 years, the first official release Python 2 was out. You get it. Now, unlike what many people believe, Python was not actually named after the generic Python snake. It was actually named after a comedy group which was popular among the time, the Monty Python comedy group. Yeah. And as you can see right here, I said Python is an interpreter programming language. So at that junction, now I'm going to take a pause here. What do we mean by an interpreter programming language? And of course, the other synonym, which is a compiler programming language. An interpreter programming language is a kind of programming language that reads code line by line. So for every code he reads, he interprets it immediately, which is one of the reasons why Python is quite fast if you look at it in some sense. But there is another group of programming language that we refer to as the compiling programming language, compiler. So as we have in Java. So if you write a lot of Java codes now, before it executes, it will read everything and execute everything at once. So because of this nature of Python, that is an interpreter language, you will see why we can now use some of the tools that we use in reading and writing Python codes today. Don't worry, these are some of the things that will make sure that will break down in the course of this class. But you are a Python writer for data analyst or a Python developer, it is good for you to know, okay, this language I'm writing, who even created it? So now I believe a good number of us now has the answer, which is Guido van Rossum. So like I said, it was designed specifically to allow us, to write Python codes in as English way as we can. And for now, There have been several release of Python from Python 1 with a lot of subversions. There was Python 2, then there was Python 3, which has been in existence for about 5, 6 years now, I think. You understand? Then one of the most stable and most popular versions of Python, we have Python 3.9, and now we have Python 3.14. And if my memory does not fail me, Python 3.15 is also on its way, which proves to be much more better than and easier to write, yes, than the version of Python that we have now. So the question now is, what's all this ulabalu about Python? Why do you and I, as data professionals or anybody in the AI world, needs to learn Python? It's a good question to really ask. Why? Well, like I have tried to establish in the course of the class so far, Python is beginner friendly. It is kind of easy to write. You will see, for those of you that have been interacting with Python long before now, you realize that Python is very, very similar to English. In fact, new release of version of Python are becoming more English-like by the day. Okay, so if you want to come into the tech world where you write programs by coding in some sense, Python is always usually the go-to for beginners like you and I. Okay, then for Python, like we said, it's an interpreter language. Things that you would do in 500 lines of code in programming languages like Java, PHP, you're going to do them in much, much, much less code in Python. For example, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and we'll go to Colab. I would love to show you guys something. Now, let's assume that I want to build something here. Look at this guy. Pip install GSCT. Okay, give it some time to load. It's still connecting. Just let's hold. Yeah, I think I need to reload. Okay, good. It's working now. No match. Okay, hold on. Yeah, give me some moments. Okay, well, all right. Please, can you guys still hear me? It feels like I'm breaking now. Esther, please come to my rescue. Can you hear me? And can you still see my screen?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Correct.
Good.
Yes,
So,
I can.
yes, hope you can see my screen clearly now.
Yes, I can.
CS. Okay. I'm trying to demonstrate one of the really good importance of Python. So from there, now, okay, include enter a text. Okay, good. Let's try what is my name. We have that. Then let us do convert text to be equals to this guy. Yes. So equals to test equals to test. And we have that input. Just indulge me, guys, okay? Let's enter a file name. So let's say we have audio one. Okay, so what we now want to do now is to convert that. Mm, mm. Let me say test name to be let me use an
Okay.
example.
Hi, Malik. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please help us zoom in so they can see
Oh,
it clearly. So
my
they
screen
can't
is
see what you are currently
small.
thank you.
Yeah,
So please, thank you.
is this
You
bold?
can
Is
even
this
do it
very bold?
more. If it's possible for you, can you make it a
To
bit bigger than what we can
okay,
see now? Okay, I think
yeah.
yes, it's better now. But yeah, thank you
Is
so
it
much.
much better now?
Yeah, it's much better now. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. And you guys can see me clearly now. Okay, so let me go back. Yeah, I am not sure if I'm sharing my audio, but we will need to do that very soon. So, um, yeah. So let's say the name of the file that I want is oh I've forgotten to add this guy. File name inputs. Okay. I've done that just now. Strange. Yeah. Strange. So file name inputs. Yeah. That's input. Preview. Oh, definitely. Yes, challenge. Good. Obviously. Just kidding. Well, first, let's see. Okay, let me know this guy again. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me try this one. Still the same. Hold on. Yeah, I've provided the test now. Okay, maybe we'll come back to this. What I'm trying to show you here is how we can build something really basic in Python from text to speech. I would probably look at that later, or let me see why we have this challenge. Okay, is it my network? Yeah, my network is good. Okay. Yeah, fixed. What was the challenge? Okay. Yeah, this was what I was waiting for. Thank you. So, if I download this now, remember that what we put here is what is my name. What we build here is just see, why is it taking time to download? Yeah, done. So, Esther, can you help me verify that you can hear what this guy is saying now? Hello, Esther, can you hear
Okay,
me?
so yeah, I can hear you, but I can't hear what the audio is
It's
saying
saying so.
yet. Maybe you play it again. Let's
Yeah,
confirm. Sorry?
no, I think I will need to share my audio again so that you guys can see. Let me see.
Okay.
I will need to share my stuff again. Yes. So I'll stop sharing
All
now.
right.
Then I will share so that I can
Okay.
share my audio with it. So you guys should be able to hear now. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. I
Let
see
me
your
know if you
screen.
can see my screen. Okay.
Okay, not
So
yet. I guess you've stopped
it should
sharing. Okay.
it should be up now.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I
I've
can see your
downloaded
screen now.
screen now. Yes. So I've downloaded this guy now, and here it is. So you can see what we did now is I entered the text called what is my name. Yes. So what I did is to convert this text to an audio that the computer can say to me. So I named this file as something called audio.mp3, which is this guy. I've downloaded it now. Okay, and I want us to listen to what it
What
is
is
saying.
my name?
So Esther, can you please help me verify that we can hear this?
What is my name?
Yes.
What is my name?
I heard it. Loud
What is
and
my
clear.
name?
Yeah, so what we built just now is an AI that can help us to convert text to audio. If I change this to anything, let's say I run this guy and I change it to my name is I saw Esther Anagu now. Okay, then we run this guy, we run all. So the name of the audio will change. Will still be I didn't change the name of the audio. So let's do that. Let me run this guy again and give our audio a name. So I will give it audio 2. Run now. So you can see we have audio 2 here. Let me download that guy. Take some time and let's hear.
My name is Esther Anagu.
You can see that my
My
name,
name is Esther Anagu.
I believe everybody can hear my name is Esther Anagu. So now what we did just now, if somebody that is writing Java is going to try and attempt this, they might have to spend up to 200 to even 1,000 line of codes to achieve this. If I count now, besides the line that we are using to install, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, just 5 lines of code. So the point I'm trying to establish here is simple, even though we have to like go a little bit of long talk for that. The point I'm trying to make here is very clear that Python is something that allows you to write development level projects in as simple as 10, 5. In some cases, if I calm down, we write that project well, we might have done it in just 2 lines of code. That's how simple Python is for building big things. ChatGPT, Claude, any form of AI that you can think about is being powered mostly by Python. And there are so many ecosystem and so many of us out there that are continually using Python today. Okay, don't worry about all these pandas, NumPy, matplotlib. These are some of the things that we will discuss here today, okay, as briefly as we can. And like I have said, Python is so versatile. It's general purpose. You can use it to build anything. Anything that is imaginable can be implemented and completely built in Python. And of course, it is what Netflix is using, OpenAI is using, Google is using, Spotify. Majority of the banks today, of course, we write our codes in Python. And for me and a couple of other people like myself, I just love to write in Python. Okay. The good news is that it allows us to do many things, the flexibility and all of that. Python is sweet, which is why I made it a bone of contention that our ideology with Python, the way we kind of position ourselves towards Python is why some of people will say Python is difficult. Yeah, there might be some parts at very, very, very advanced level that is tough. Obviously, that's general across programming languages. But for us in data space, majority of the things we need to do and write in Python is quite easy. It's just our mentality about it. Yes. So let's move on. Now, we are now getting a little bit deeper into what we want to do today. Where exactly now do we now write our Python code? How do you and I interact with Python in a way that I can build something like a text to speech app or AI like we just did? Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, so before you move on, somebody asked the question.
Okay, good. Yes, thank you. Let me go to the chat box and
I
check.
will read it. So instead of you,
Yes, please, that works for me. Thank you very much. I think that system
yeah,
works.
exactly. I'll be reading it for you. Hmm.
Okay, please.
All right. So if you can mute that part because my voice is
Okay, you can hear your voice. Yes, thanks.
yeah, exactly. Okay. So here is the question. Or you can just check it from there since my voice is just
Yeah, so what do you think makes Python achieve this development level project with just a very few steps? Very, very good question. And my answer to that will be as good as what you asked. The answer is simple. I will type it so that you can see clearly what I'm about to say. Simply, it's simple. Community. 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 Python has a very, very large community of developers that are working on it every single day. So because there is this large support for Python ecosystem, we are always thinking of new ways to do things, new ways to make things just easier and make things just very, very easy. Let me go back to what we implemented just now, which is something that we will probably show you in the course of this section how to implement. You see, if you pay attention to some of the lines here, please, I just want you to pay attention to this guy. He says installing collected package. Another word for package in Python is a library. You see this ggts that we used here is a library that contains so many levels of codes and different iterations of different developers that have worked together and say okay rather than having to say let our people be writing millions and millions of lines of code, let us work on it on the back end. Then we'll package this for them so that they can reuse and reuse and reuse. So that way you and I, we don't have to write 1,000 lines of code to achieve this because of this complete and dynamic contributions that different developers are adding every day. That's why Python can do this level of project in some sense in a few lines of code. I hope you get it. So all these individual packages that you see here is thousands and millions of code. I didn't mean this is an advanced Python developer class. I will have expanded this package and show you the billions of it might not be up to billions, that might be an overstatement, but the thousands and millions of lines of code that they have packaged together so that you and I can just do in 1, 2, 3, 5 lines of step. For another person in Java, yes, Java has its own community of developers, but not as easy to implement this set of stuff in Java because there are still some breakouts that you cannot just overlook because mostly Java is a compiler programming system. I believe I've been able to like try to break that down. In simplicity, the community is the most important thing that Python enjoys, the community. Many people want to make life easier for you and I. Okay? So yeah, thank you very much. I believe we can continue now. So like I'm saying, where do you and I interact with Python so that we can build AI, we can build automations, we can work with data sets, we can do as many things as we can. in Python? Okay, simple. A development environment. There are now so many of them. You see, Python itself has its own innate development environment called the Python shell. Okay, but it can only allow you to do just 5 things mostly. Just to read, maybe you can read text documents, CSV, parquet files, and any other kind of document possible. You can evaluate some things, that's take inputs, okay, and give outputs in terms of printing, and you can write a few lines of while loop and for loops. So basically, when you write in Python shell, you simply want to use it for quick testing, just to check one or two things. Is my Python code working? Did I install Python very well? It's not really as dynamic as some of the other environments that you can work with in Python. Although in this class, I will show us a bit how to install a Python shell and check whether your Python that you install is working fine. So you will see how Python shell is working. Then, most importantly, sorry, I need to go back. Most importantly, for you and I in the data space, notebook is what you'll be most exposed to. You see the environment I went to just a few minutes ago, this guy that we went to now, okay, yes, this is Google Colab, which we'll be using for the course of this class, but Google Colab is an example of a notebook environment. And why is it called notebook? Simple. If I go a little bit back up, you will see that there are some things I've added for the purpose of this class that are just in ordinary text, that are like definitions of words, there are definitions of different kind of things that is here that will probably expose us to at the course of this class. These are called notebook documentations. Okay, one of the most important characteristics of a notebook is that it allows you to write both code, as you can see under here, and give the meaning of the codes that you are writing under it in the same environment. Okay, so if you go down here now and I scroll down a little bit and I come here, you can see both codes and text. If I click on text like this, I can write, let's say, my name is Bello. Okay, that's a text. And if I want a code now, I can say, okay, print hello world, for example, okay, and run. That is a code. So with this logic of writing both code and documentation in the same environment, it is easier for you to quickly understand where there is error. One. Two, other people that are reading your code to understand what you are doing, you can easily explain, okay, this is what I mean here. Oh, I'm writing this step. For example, now if I want to make this line of code readable, all I will simply do is come on top of this and say, okay, installing libraries. Okay, then I can come back down here. I will say, okay, importing the library. As simple as that. I can come down here, taking user prompt. Don't mind my typo. User prompt. You can see that way anybody that is reading this body of code will know that, okay, so what Malik is doing here is that he is installing Python library. Beautiful. So what Malik is doing here is importing Python library. Now think of it on a scale as large as doing a machine learning project. Okay, so when codes becomes longer and longer and longer and longer, yes, it becomes difficult to keep track of what each line of code is doing. So what notebooks allow us to do is for us to now interactively be able to explain what we are doing so that others can understand. Then, as you will see in the course of this class, it also aids learning. Okay, Jupyter notebook, which has been upgraded to Jupyter Lab now, I will show you. Okay, allows us to do both documentation and code in the same environment. Now, IDEs now for professionals in the space. After they've done their experimentation in notebooks, they've done the documentation, you will need to convert your code from a notebook to a script. To do that, you now need something that is above ordinary notebook. You need something that is called IDE, which simply means interactive development environment. Interactive development environment, IDEs. There are so many IDEs out there, so many of them. The most common one which we'll be looking at in the course of this class is VS Code, there is PyCharm, there is Spider. Some people even say that it's either, though I have not really interacted with this guy before, but I'm confident of these three: VS Code, PyCharm, Spider. There are so many IDEs. Now, why do we call them IDEs? This guy, they allow you to code, okay, do anything you want with your code. For it allows you to debug. Debug means to find for errors and clear it. You will see that in the course of me trying to demonstrate the text to speech AI that I did the right time, there was an error that I was kind of faced on why I have that error. Okay, so in the process, the iterative process that I was doing, okay, to solve that challenge, what I'm doing there is called debugging. Don't be scared. You will do a lot of this in the course of writing codes, but your resilience to be able to calm down and understand, oh, I think it's the syntax here, I think it is, and luckily for us, there is AI that can quickly just help you to check, oh, I think this is where you have the error, change it like this, and you move on. All of this will be shown in the course of this class. Most importantly, they allow deployment. What do we mean by deployment? It is one thing for me to write code. It is one thing for me to fix error in my code. It is another thing for me to now distribute it for other people to interact with the project, the apps that I built. That is what we refer to as deployment. In the course of this class, we may not talk about deployment, but certainly we will code and we will debug, both in IDEs and notebooks. So that's IDE. I will show us how some IDEs look like when we are installing them. Now there is now cloud. Okay, there are cloud IDEs. Okay, those are interactive development that you can access from anywhere without limitation to your local PC. Okay, look at that Google Colab now. If I have another PC that is somewhere, I can easily just go there and access that Google Colab from anywhere. I was saying in the course of this class before that you can use Google Colab even on your phone. So for those of you that you don't have a PC now, you cannot access your PC right at this moment, you can practice whatever it is that will be in the course of this class on your phone. That is what cloud allows you. Mind you, not all cloud Python IDEs can run on your phone. Google Colab is just special in Google Colab way. Okay, Azure machine learning platform is another IDE that is cloud based and you cannot use it on your phone. Okay, now Python shell, IDEs, notebooks, cloud environment, all of this can now be bundled together as a distribution. Okay, a distribution contains everything that you will need to execute a programming language for projects, for deployment, for development and so on. So one of the most popular distribution for Python is Anaconda, which in the course of this class we will see how to install and how to use. So what we are just trying to pay attention to is, it is one thing to know how to write Python code. If you don't know where to write it, for certain projects you might have challenges. If what you are basically trying to do is experimentation and learning, most likely everything you need to do can suffice in a notebook. You might need to use cloud, for example, if you need access to GPU for free like Google Colab. IDE now is now when you no want to do production scale project that is beyond what a notebook can handle. Python script I have told you is just basically for you to confirm that my Python has been successfully what? Successfully installed. So now in the next few moments we will look at how to install Python, how to install Anaconda, how to install Jupyter Notebook, and how to install Colab and how to install VS Code and Jupyter Notebook in VS Code. Don't worry, we'll walk through all of this, and how to use Colab, which is going to be our main IDE for the purpose of this class. So yeah, we need to install now. This is almost 4. I don't know, Esther, if this is a good time to take the break or we can continue. Hello, Esther, can you hear me? It's like she's not here at the moment. Now I can see, let's start the section all over. I wish we can, but it's
Yes, I
going to
can
be
hear
congested.
you.
Okay,
Hi
I
Malik.
asked
Hi
that.
Malik. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you now. I asked that, is this a good time to take the break, or we should do one or two installations and take the break, or the installation after the break?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I think
I suggest we do one or
we do
two
one or two
installations.
installations. Good. I am also agreeing with that. Now,
Yeah, before
yeah,
going to break.
hello guys. I want to show you something. You see what I've done for you guys here now is I created a completely new user on my PC, which means that we will assume that my PC is a new PC. Nothing has been installed on it so far. Okay, don't mind all of these guys, they are shells, they are not there, they are inside the other user that I was using. So now I am a data analyst, for example. Okay, I am a Python developer, for example. What will be the first thing that I will check on my PC to be sure that I can do Python project on the PC? This is where everybody should try and pay close at ten tion. What I will do first is to open command prompt. There are two ways that you can open command prompt. The easiest way is to go to your search bar and search for command prompt like this. Once you search for it, you can see here the command prompt. Just click on it and open. I'm going to expand this so that we can all see. Okay, now it's going to show you a couple of things here now like this. Before I start saying anything, there are some basic that you need to know about command prompt, guys, which is, if I want to navigate inside a folder, okay, I use cd plus the name of the folder or folder. Note number one, if I want to go outside the folder, I will use cd plus two dots in front like this. Okay, if I want to make a new folder, a folder in programming language can also be referred to as a directory. Okay, I will say mkdir. What mkdir means is make directory. What cd means is change directory. These two dots in front of it is telling you that go some steps back. cd, name of the folder, means go inside that folder. Now let's see that in practice. Now if you come back here now, let's say I want to live inside this Python body user that I have here, that I created for the purpose of this class, and I want to go inside user. I will simply say cd space two dots. You can see we are now in the user directory. If I want to go back even further, I will say cd dot dot. You can see I go back more steps back. But for now, for the purpose of this class, I want to be inside the Python user folder. So how do we go there? We just say cd, go into the user folder first. Cd, go into the Python body user folder. You can see that we are back inside it now. Now that we are back, what we want to check now is Python installed on this PC? Step number one for you, because it is very very important that you know if Python is installed on that PC before, so that you don't install a new one, and confirm what is the version of the Python that was installed. Is it the one that you need for your project? Any version of Python from Python 3.9 above is fine for most projects nowadays. Python 3.9 is now obsolete. So I was deliberate when I made it clear that what is the latest version of Python in that other slide, so that you will know the version of Python that you most likely be working with, Python 3.14, which we will be using in this class. Now, how do we now confirm that there is Python on this PC? You just say Python dash dash. You can use version in full like this, or you say ordinary v. So Python version, you can see is telling us that Python was not found. It means that Python is not installed in this PC. You can try it right now on your PC and confirm whether you have Python installed. So most likely, if Python was installed, it's going to show you the version of the Python that is there. Another way to check for the version of Python on a PC is to say py space dash zero, not o, zero. If you do that, You can see. Now, the reason why this is telling me that there is Python on this PC, be careful, because you might be misleaded in this kind of situation. You remember that I told you that I created a new user inside my PC for the purpose of this class. Now, what this is telling me now is that Python is not available for this user to use. But this Python 0, what it does is it checks through the entire PC and find every available version of Python that is present, whether it is for that user or not. Okay, and in this case, it's telling me that Maliko, you have a user that has Python 3.13 that is active. This time means this is the active Python for that guy. Okay, but here now we don't have Python. So what we are doing now is called environment check. Things you check before you even start any installation for Python at all. Now I have confirmed now the following. One, Python is available on this PC. Yes. Is it available for my user to use? No. Do I need to download a new Python and install? Yes. Please, I will need a feedback on that. If you get what I just said, just type in the comment section and say, oh, I get, so that we will ensure that we are on the same, on the same bucket. So just type in the comment section, oh, I get, we are on the same page. So I'm waiting for that. Okay, we're still expecting people to type. Wait, let me even confirm. Oh, good, I get. I can see I get. Oh, only one person got. Oh, I get, sir. I think it's network. Thank you very much for that feedback. We can continue now. Now we've concluded now that we can install Python on this PC because Python is not available for the user, though Python is on the PC. Now, how do we install Python? I believe Esther has pre-shared some links to you on how to some of the stuff we want to download in this class. Oh, Babajide, you said you don't. Okay, you can drop your question in the chat box. Once I see it, I will address the problem. But let's continue for now. Now, where do we install Python? It's simple. You just go to Google. You can, for me, when I want to download Python like that, I just say download Python for Windows because I'm using a Windows PC. If you are using a MacBook, you say download Python for Mac. As simple as that. Once you search online like that, the first result most likely is what you need. Click on it and it will bring you to the pip environment. This is called PyPy, the Python package installer website. Okay. Now you can click on this guy to download the install manager, but our advice that rather than downloading install manager, simply download Python, which is what you need. And I've told you Python 3.14 is the latest, which is what we'll probably be using. If you click on that, it will show me that you are downloading Python. Now once your Python has been successfully downloaded, click on open the file. It's going to show you some steps. Okay, so now these are some of the things that you need to check. If you want to install, for you that you are installing Python on your entire PC for the first time, I will advise that you click on add to part. Okay, for me, I don't really need to, but for the purpose of this class, I will do that. So once you tick these two boxes, just click on install now. So now, this is very important. It is going to pop up an administrator dialog box for you that, okay, you can install Python. If you are on a corporate PC, that means a PC that is not your home, that probably belongs to your organization, maybe a school, a bank or not, you have to be sure that you have the permission to install packages on that PC first before you can do this. If you don't have the permission, don't bother clicking on any of those two boxes. Leave it blank and install directly. It will install for you. Only that some of the advanced features that we want to tap into, you will not have it, but you still can install Python. So because I'm an admin on this PC now, I will say yes. I will wait a while for these guys to load up. So while we are waiting for that, so another thing that I said we will install for the purpose of this class is Anaconda. Yeah. While we are waiting for that, let's go to the website as well and try to install, download Anaconda. So it's simple. Like I said, the easiest way is to just go online and tap download Anaconda for my case Windows. For those of you that you might be struggling to access Google, the link has already been shared by Esther. You will see it in the comment section or probably in the description of this video where you can download and install. So you click on download Anaconda. It's going to bring you to this page. You probably need to sign in using your email address. So once you do that, uh, for those of you that are just downloading for the first time, it's going to ask you. Let's just wait a bit for that. Okay, I'm already there. Okay. So for those of you that you link, it will give you the opportunity to, to put in your email address and all of that. Now, this is the important case. There are two options for you. You can download the Anaconda distribution itself, or you download a mini conda. As for me, for beginners like us, yeah, I will advise that you don't download mini conda for now. Mini conda is for professionals, you understand, that already know specifically the kind of packages that they want to use. Okay, for us that we are just doing for the first time, okay, just click on the general Anaconda package. If you are doing for Mac, you come here. If you are doing for Mac, If you are doing for Mac, you come here. If you're doing for Linux PC, you come here. So these are some of the most important things that you just need to pay attention to. For us, we are downloading only Windows. You can just click on download here. Okay, I've downloaded this before because it's very, very large. You can see almost a gig. So I've pre-downloaded it somewhere before, which is here. So once the download is done, okay, you can see I've downloaded it before this class. So thank you for downloading. You get a lot of that. So once the download is done, I will now show us how to install. Thankfully, our Python has successfully installed. You don't need to do anything. Just follow the prompts like we did earlier for Python and you are here. Now, how do you now verify that your Python has been successfully installed? You come back to your command prompt again. If you have closed this, no bother. You know I've showed us one step to open command prompt earlier. The second faster step that is not very easy like that is for you to press Windows R on your PC. Windows plus R. Windows, Windows. That means the window button on your PC for R. Okay, we open the what's the name of this? The dialog box for command prompt for CMD. So all you simply need to do is that once that guy is open, type CMD and click enter on your keyboard. It's going to open our command prompt again. Now, don't forget, what we want to verify now is to confirm that our Python has been installed. So we have to say Python space version again and click enter. You can see now that unlike before, I think I didn't, oh, I've deleted that. Unlike before, that it was telling me that Python was not on this PC. You can see now that, let me bold in it. You can see now that Python has been installed now successfully. Okay, so let's now try that pi-0 again to see what it's going to. You can now see it's telling me now that yes, so you have two different versions of Python on your PC. One of them is not being used by this user, which is version 3.13. The one that this user is currently using is now version 3.14, as you can see by this star that is here. Okay, so yes, now we have successfully installed Python on this. Now there are some caveats. For some of you that are probably using Windows 10 or older versions of Windows, your own installation may not be as easy. Okay, because even after you've downloaded Python, it might be telling you that you cannot find Python in your environment. Yes, there's a way to debug that. Remember the meaning of debug now? To troubleshoot and solve for errors. So what you will do, okay, is you open your command terminal again by saying Windows R. Once you open Windows R like that, instead of typing CMD, you type app data, okay, and click enter. Once you click app data and click enter, it's going to bring you to all the app that you have. So just click on local. I may not, okay, I can expand this guy. It's not expanding very well. Okay, just click on local, go to programs. Okay, you can see the only program we have now is Python. It's going to show me the Python 3.1 folder I installed. Now, please pay attention here. Okay, once you've opened this guy, you come to the button here, this guy up here, you double tap, bam bam. Let me do that again. I think single tap works. Yes, you can single tap or double tap depending on your PC. Then you copy this guy out. Once you've copied it out, you come to your this PC. Okay, on your local PC, you right click on that guy and come right click. Please don't forget, you right click and come to properties. Once the properties has been opened like this, let me embolden this guy. What you are looking for is something like advanced system settings. Advanced. You click there, it's going to open your system advanced settings for you like this guy. What you are looking for on this page is environment variables. Environment variables. Okay. Under the system variable, not user variable, system variable. Okay. You open, you scroll and look for path. Here, this guy. Once you find path, you double click, bam. It's going to open for you, yeah, a place where you can copy your the thing that will bring. So to copy, you just create new and you say Control V and paste and you put it there. You can see I've kind of configured my environment for quite a lot of things. Yeah. For me now, if I want to know that you are actually a developer, okay, what I will do is I will come here and come and check that did you configure your environment variable. If you've configured your environment variable, I will say this is an Agba developer. Okay, that's one of the tricks. Okay, once you do that, you are here, you click OK, you click OK again, and you click OK again and close it. That's number stage one. Then for the second thing that you need to copy, okay, uh where were we? Let me good. We might need to do that guy again. Windows R, app data, come to local, look for programs, open Python, keep opening Python. But this time, what we need is the library. Okay, once you are inside this library environment, single tap or double tap again, copy this guy, come back to your settings, advanced settings, environment variable, look for system path, then click on new, copy again and OK, OK, OK and close. Once you do that, come back to your CMD, your command prompt, Windows R, type CMD, click enter. Once you are back there, type your Python version again. You will now have your Python 3.14 installed. So that's how you will debug. If you are using a slightly older version of Windows PC that does not allow automatic writes, I mean into your environment variable, I believe that's clear. So now we've installed Python. Now I now told you that Python itself comes with its own Python shell, the Ripple shell script that you can use to interact with Python. So how are you going to interact with it now? Let me embolden this so that you see. To do that, one of the first thing that you can do is start with saying where Python. It will show you where on your PC that Python is installed. This is another way of verifying that you've installed Python. Once you've done that, just type Python. Okay, now pay attention to this guy, to these guys. You see that when I type Python, you will notice that the prompt that he gave to me here, this guy, he didn't start with C user Python body. What that means is that I am now inside Python shells that I can use to write Python script. And for example, let's try hello world and see. Print hello world and let's see if that's going to print. You can see, which means I'm now typing in Python, meaning that my Python is working fine. So let's say I have a to be equals to 3 and b to be equals to 2 and I want to do addition of a plus b now. You can see it gives me 5. Okay, so Python basically also works more like a calculator. Everything you feel like a calculator can do, Python can help you with. So what we're doing here now is we've confirmed that Python works on this PC. We have successfully installed Python and we have also tried as much as we can with the little space of time that we have to interact with Python repo, the read, eval, print and loop shell scripts that comes with Python itself. Okay, so we've done that. So yeah, so we've successfully installed Python. Let's go and check now. By now, we assume that our Anaconda has been successfully installed. We will now go back and check. Oh, my Anaconda has been installed. Beautiful. Just double tap. Simple. Once you double tap on it like that, it should pop a dialog box telling you that you want to install Anaconda. It might take some time depending on the speed of your PC. You can see it has popped up. Welcome to Anaconda 3. Okay, simple. It's really easy to set up. Just click on next, click on I agree. Now, this is where you need to be careful. If you want to install for everybody, you can say all user. But for me, I don't want to do that. I'm installing only for me, and you can see it's the recommended approach. So click next, just next. Now you can check this. If you add Anaconda to your part, this is risky. This is usually for expert. Okay, that for me now like this, if I had this, I already know how to delete it if I don't want to use it anymore. So just stick with the default that is here, no wahala. Okay, just click on install, and it should take some time to extract everything that it needs, Anaconda, Conda, and every form of thing that you need to install. So fast. If your PC is fast, it might be a bit slower if you are using a lower PC, but it's going to get installed. It's open source and the distribution is actually free. Now let's just wait for these guys to install successfully. Um, so I will, while we are waiting for that, I will come back to our environment now and check if we have questions. Okay, I can see. Okay. Mine is 3.1, 3.9, fantabulous. It's usable. Anything I've said is anything above 3.9 works. Okay, it's only that I realized a few months ago that Python 3.9 support has been discontinued. So I will advise that you stick with anything above 3.12, which you're doing a promise. So for Samsung, I have Anaconda already and I use Jupyter Notebook. But when I check if Python is available via the command prompt, it says I don't have Python. Yes, that was what I explained the other time. Okay, it can happen even though you've been using Python. It means that Python is not in your environment variable. I will recommend that after this session, just zoom a little bit back and check where I showed how to install in the environment variable. I would not like to repeat that because of time. Okay, but yes, you can have this problem, Samsung, and one of the best way you can use to resolve that is go and configure your environment path by yourself. Okay, you will show that, oh, I'm too fast. All right, I will try to slow down, Precious. I promise. I'm just trying to watch time because we have quite a lot of things we want to do. Is this section being recorded? I believe so. It is being recorded. So those are some of the questions that I see now. Let's go and check if our Anaconda is successfully installed. It is still on its way. But so that we don't waste time, remember that there are 4 things that we want to install. Okay, we've installed Python successfully and confirmed. We are currently installing Anaconda. Let's install uh, sorry, let us install Jupyter Notebook and VS Code. So now, to hasten up time, I will download VS Code now. Okay, to download is simple. Just come download VS Code pam. And for those of you that you prefer using links, the links has already been sent in the store. So you come here, you click on download Visual Studio. Once you are there, see, it will give you the option for Windows, it give you option for whatever Linux, and it give you the option for Mac. If you are using Mac, you choose. If you are using all of that, you choose. For me, I'm using Windows. All I simply do is click on download Windows. Once I click on downloading the Windows, okay, I don't want to download it again because I've downloaded it. But let's just bam 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 bam, 111 MB. So it's downloaded. I'll come back here and you can see my VS Code has been downloaded. You wait a little bit of time. I don't want to re-download all of those stuff again because I pre-downloaded it uh, before this session. So now once it's downloaded, let's wait for our Anaconda to be successfully installed. Then we can install VS Code. But what can we do while we are waiting? Don't forget though, we still want to install Jupyter Notebook. Now, I need to make something clear because I get asked this question a lot. Where and how can I interact with this Jupyter notebook? Uh, here's my study job. Now, good. Jupyter notebook. Jupyter notebook. Now, you see this Jupyter notebook guy, yes, that we have is open source. And what we mean by open source is that anybody can use it. You will see Jupyter notebook on what is it called? On VS Code. You will be able to use Jupyter notebook in Anaconda. You see the Google Colab environment that I showed you just now is a version of Jupyter notebook itself. Colab. Colab is actually Jupyter Lab. So I'm going to say this and say Jupyter notebook or Jupyter Lab. I will explain the difference between the two of them now, or Jupyter Lab, but the difference is not so much. Jupyter notebook is old, okay. Jupyter Lab is the new version of Jupyter notebook. In to use a Jupyter notebook, you will need to be reading the what is it called, your document from a complete part. Yeah, I've been trying to look for a simpler word, but don't worry, I will demonstrate that so you will get the difference. So I will skip that. Now we have open source, we have Anaconda, we have Colab. In fact, you can use Jupyter notebook in Spider as well. Spider. So it's this multi, you know, multi-variant Python IDE that you can work with, and it's just now I am going to show us two different ways now that we can use to install three sef once we are done with VS Code to install Jupyter notebook. This guy is still install. It takes some time. That's the challenge. It really does take time sometimes. Now, how can I install? I'm going to close this Jupyter notebook. The easiest way to install Jupyter notebook on your PC. Do Windows R, click on CMD. Okay, we are back there. Now, I need to say this. When you are working with Python, environment is key. I will say it again. When you are working with Python, the environment you are working with is very, very important. In fact, for most programming language. Now, there are now two type of environment that we have in Python, at least. Okay, environment that we have in Python. I mean, at the level of a Python project. Okay, so because you might be wondering that what's now the difference between IDEs and the environment I want to mention now. All the ones that we have talked about now, they are packages, they are softwares that you can use to write Python code. Stage one. Stage two is now when you are now starting a project, you have two major kinds of environments that you need to work with. The first one, in with respect to Python, please, because we might still be talking about development and production environment, but with respect to Python project, we have two types. You have a virtual environment, most commonly known as Venv, and you have a global environment. Global environment. The rule is this: do not install libraries in your global environment. It's like a rule in Python, and the reason is very simple. If you pay attention to when I was trying to install Anaconda the other time, when I click on install to path, e brought this red error. For those of you that are observant like myself, one of the thing that I said is if you install in this environment, you stand your risk of conflict with other packages. Because if I had installed that Conda that other time, I'm installing Conda into my global environment. That's risk. Okay? It is only done on need base. That's just the truth. So you need to work inside a virtual environment. Very, very important if you are working with Python project. So which means that before you even start working on your project at all, you need to create a virtual environment. Now, how do we create virtual environment? The script is this: Python what you are doing here by saying Python is okay, the language I'm using is called Python. What I want to do is to make something. This dash m means to make. Okay, what am I making? I am making a virtual environment venv. Okay, what is the name you want to call this venv? You can name it venv, you can name it anything at all. I can name it Malik, you can name it Esther, you can name it Abdullah, you can name it anything. Most times I name it on the name of the project that I want to use, which in this case I will call Py class. Okay, Py class. Now how do we now do that? Let's go to our command prompt and implement this. So now we are in our Python body user. So what I need to do now is I need to navigate into a folder that I can use. Me, I like to keep my project inside my download folder. So this CD means change directory to the folder called download. That's what we're doing here. So if you click enter, I'm inside my download folder, yeah. Once I'm inside my download folder now, what I can now do is to now create a folder. So don't let us forget here. Okay, don't let us forget here that I said that if you want to create a new folder, what do? We use mkdir. So let's go and do that now. So we make directory. Now I want to call this Python class 1. Okay, enter. So I've created it like that, but I need to go inside that folder now by saying cd by, please pay attention, no, it's not dash, it's underscore, by class 1. I've done that, enter. Okay, so I am now inside my Python class folder, but I am not done. This is where I want to put my project. Is that not it? But I'm not done now. Remember, we just say something. Do not install Python libraries in your global environment to avoid conflict. So the first step is to create a virtual what? A virtual environment. So how do we create that virtual environment? Python make your directory. The directory I'm making here is called virtual environment venv. Now I want to name it Py class environment. Okay, if I do that, we wait for it for some time, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, and once it's done, it's going to tell you that it is done. So now while waiting for that, yes, it is done now, but I am still not inside the virtual environment yet. I need to activate it. Now to activate it, all you just do is say, it depends but for this command prompt we are using something like venv scripts activate. Okay, it didn't go, so I need to use this version. So like I said, it can be variable. Venv is not recognized, so what else can I use? Okay, venv scripts activate. Why? So let's try venv. Okay, yeah, we've tried this guy, it didn't go. Scripts activate. It's not working. So let me try this guy. So you might need to do some mutations like this, because depending on the version that you are using, you might keep getting some of this. So I think if you use this now, it should work. Still not working. Why? Okay. So now this is a developer's trick now that I'm trying to show you. Now you've tried some iteration of trying to activate your environment, but you don't want to go and meet Esther Anagbo and tell her that Esther Anagbo, I'm trying to activate the environment, I could not get it done. What do? There are two ways you can use to do that. You can copy this guy and come to Google and just say activate Python environment. Python environment venv. You have to be specific, please. Venv on CMD. CMD means command prompt, and you've tried this guy. Now let's see what happens. So let's see. Normally, I will have come to Stack Overflow, but luckily for us now, I think we have some AI answers here. Now, yeah, we've tried this guy, it didn't work, but let's try. So yeah, it didn't work. So we've also tried that guy, it's not working. So you might need to look for some other ones. So you can see there are so many iterations here that we've actually tried as recommended. It didn't work as well. So sometimes now, yeah, we don't need to go that route. It takes a lot of time sometimes. So let's see what Python's itself recommend. Now, that's the old approach of programming, yeah. So we can make this easier by using maybe Copilot or any form of AI that you know. With Copilot, it could be agent, ChatGPT, just to make your life easier. I've not used this guy before, so that would be a challenge. Okay. Yeah. Do I have a ChatGPT here that I've not used? Okay, good. Good. So, yeah, that's exactly what we are using, but it's setting, no, in CMD. But we are getting, yeah, that's the same thing that we are using, but we don't know why we're getting that challenge. We really don't know why. So, let's find out how we can resolve that.
Before change because kò sí ilé ọ̀nà ṣe ní ìṣọ́pẹ́ ní wọ́n make one
Yeah,
five
it's
hundred
there.
thousand iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ ní ọdún.
It's there. We've confirmed. So, then, oh, yes, I know where the error is now.
Yeah.
So, yes, when you create a verb, sometimes like that, which as you have seen here, it might not be activated at once. So, what you do is you create a new command prompt and try the activation again. So, the same script that we've been using that didn't work will work now. So, we go to download. This is where we are working. I think what we created was Python class 1, I think. Good. So what we now want to do is to activate the verb. Yeah. Let's check. So dot ven dot slash dot verb slash scripts slash activate. Good. Still saying the same thing, but it should have worked. Scripts activate. Let's go and confirm if that guy was installed correctly. So what we created is Py class that we have here. Oh God of mercy. Yeah. So see this guy. The name of the virtual environment we created was not Venv, it's Py class. I forgot it. So Venv scripts sorry, Py. Let me go and confirm the name again. Py class env. Slash scripts. The S should be in capital letter, please. Then activate. It's still. Did I get the name correctly? Yes, now. Okay. Let's create a new virtual environment and see. Then, so, yeah, let's try and create the again and see. Okay, so we have the scripts. Still not activating. Honestly, who was able to activate it on their side? Or better still, let me use PowerShell and try. Yeah. Okay. So CD users system 32. I'm not open as an admin. We can't even use this. Anyway, it's going to activate anyway. Let's try this guy. CD downloads. See say you can't find downloads. CD pi class one. Okay. Let's do a pip install directly from here. I really don't want to do this, but we need to. So yeah, Python is there successfully. So what we are doing now is we are installing our Python Jupyter notebook. Okay, inside the verb, but the verb was not activated. I can't save that right now. We need to come back and check. So to install Jupyter, yeah, all you just need to do is say pip install Jupyter. Okay, now that will take some time to download. But while we are waiting for that, yeah, this guy is also completed. Beautiful. Next, finish. And once we finish, it's going to launch our Anaconda Navigator for us. Coming. It's going to take some time. Yeah, this guy is still installing. So let's wait for it. So now, how do you know that your Anaconda has been successfully installed? The answer is quite simple. So you create a new command prompt, okay, and do Conda version. So it has not been configured in the past. We need to go and check. So we need to wait for this guy to be successfully installed before we can do that. So yeah, let's just wait a moment. But let me come back and check if there are questions for now. Okay, which ID is good to be using, sir? Well, it depends on the project. For me, I work more in VS Code, which I will also show us right now. So the Anaconda is successfully installed. Maybe that virtual environment is going to launch now. So now, as you can see now, I have my Anaconda Navigator here. Once you've installed your Anaconda, for those of you that have Anaconda on your PC before, all you simply do is just navigate to Anaconda Navigator, open it like that. We are waiting for it to be opened. Okay, time. It's still rolling. So we are still installing our Jupyter now. Jupyter is still installing. Let's wait for some time. So yeah, Anaconda is now initializing. The reason why I'm opening all this together is because of time. Standardly, we should have installed it one by one by one by one. So uh, still opening, still installing. So let's wait for these two guys to be done installing. Now, for the question I saw that I have Anaconda on my laptop, can I use it for this class? Yes, you can. Okay, so although you will know. So now you have our Anaconda open now. You can, and this is what I'm trying to show you. Now, as you can see here now, remember that we said, so it's still loading up. Notes. Still loading. Let's give it time so you can see still loading. Yes. So now, like I said the other time, Anaconda is a distributor. It contains every single thing you need. It contains every single thing you need as a Python developer. So you can see all the different IDEs we've mentioned. PyCharm is here as well. You can launch or install if you are using it for the first time. So you can see some toolbox. You can see Jupyter Lab here. Now the reason why this is not showing me to install is that I have installed Jupyter now inside my local environment. You can install Jupyter now inside my Jupyter environment. So I hope you get that. That's why we have our guy here now. So now there is Jupyter, there is R, there is Jupyter Lab, there is Spider, there is IDM. So yeah, this is Spider. For those of you that are just seeing Spider for the first time, this Spider you can also use to write Python. Okay, this is Jupyter Notebook. Now, one of the ways that you can use to launch Jupyter Notebook is you can launch it here. You can launch it here from Anaconda directly by simply just click on launch. It's going to launch up for you. Another way is what we are trying to do here inside the terminal. So once we're done, I will also show you how that's going to be done. Let's see if the Jupyter Notebook has launched. It's still waiting, still loading. Yes. So Jupyter Notebook up and doing now. So let's wait for it to come up and load up. So other ones, yeah. Let me just reload. You see, it takes time to load up like that because for us now we are installing quite a lot of things at the same time, so it is going to take time. Don't show again. Good. Now I'm in my Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so which I can navigate into the project file I created just now. You can see PyClass. It's already created. You see the two virtual environments. But here now we don't have any scripts here yet. So if you want to create a new Jupyter Notebook, let me close this guy because we don't need it now. You simply just come here, click on new, click on notebook, and you have a new Jupyter Notebook that you can work with.
Hello,
That's,
please let me can hear me.
yes, I can hear you, Esther.
Okay, so I just muted you. Uh,
Yes, yes, I can hear you, Esther.
okay. So I feel that you are a bit fast. I think we need to confirm from those that have been able to do some things, those that were able
Yes.
to download Anaconda and the other tools that you downloaded already. So let's hear from them. Let's know whether they've been able to do some things before we continue.
Yeah, actually, the reason why I have not asked from them yet is I want us to be fully set up with those two. Then we'll now go back and debug any problem that anybody has.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
So that was the plan.
So every section is open. If you have any questions, if there is anything you want us to look at, please you can ask them in the comments so that we can arrange them, ensure that everything is set before we continue. And please do not worry about it. I know it's very fast. One, you can go back to the recorded session, right? And then the other part, sorry, the version, recorded version. And another part is that we are going to be using a web version called Colab, where we'll be doing the analysis. So you may not, we are not going to be doing any analysis on the tools that we're downloading right now, such as Jupyter Notebook. I'm correct, right? That's right. Or you still, hello,
Yes,
Malik,
yes,
do
you're
you
correct.
intend to also do any analysis on Jupyter Notebook or VS Code?
No, we'll be using Colab.
Exactly. So we'll be using Google Colab for this. So just watch, just look at what it's doing. You may not necessarily be following along as downloading and doing all those things that it was doing. Just look at it, follow through what it's doing, and then when we start analyzing, it would be very clear to you. So please, we just want to ensure that we finish everything before. Yeah, my voice is echoing exactly. Okay, so I think Malik has stopped it. It's work here. Yeah. So please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to write them in the comments. The comment is open, like I said. Ask whatever questions you have. We don't want to keep going back and forth, right? I got feedback from the last sessions where people complained that we kept going back and forth, especially for even latecomers and all. So we don't want to repeat that during the session. And that's why we are taking it one step at a time. But do not hesitate to ask us questions when you have. If you are lagging behind, do not hesitate to also draw us back a bit. We would also do that so that you will not miss out on anything that will be done today. So I wasn't really calling Malik up and down because we would be doing the analysis on the web version, which is Google Colab. That's where we will be that, and that's where you will be practicing everything that you would be doing. So that's why I've not been calling him back, right? So please don't hesitate to ask any questions that you have. We are going to answer them. Thank you so much. And very soon, we're also going to be going on a 5 minutes break so that you can stretch your legs, so that you can drink water, and then we'll come back to continue what we've done. So thank you so much. Malik, please, you can continue now. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Now that I'm back in the comment section, yeah, I can see some comments about this fast you want to follow up. Now, this is it. Okay, this installation part, yes. The reason why I had to like brush it like that is we still have Python and analyzing data inside our own chosen ID, which is going to be Google Colab. But you see this installation part, yes, this is the challenge that you will most likely face the most when you want to start working as a data analyst, data scientist, a data whatever. Setting up environment can actually be very, very, very hard. Okay, so now the reason why I had to brush through all of those that as fast as I am is because so that you can rewatch the videos and follow up. Okay, majority of you might not need to set up Anaconda now. You might not need to set up VS Code now. You might not need to set up Jupyter Notebook now. Some of you already have it. Beautiful. Some of you are waiting for us to get to Google Colab. But you watching this, how an expert data person is going to set up an environment is going to give you like an edge, okay, to be able to set up the environment quick and fast. I hope you get it. So now I am going to like slow down a bit so that a good number will catch up, and I promise that I will not be too fast anymore. However, what are the things that we've done so far? One, we've downloaded Jupyter Notebook. We've downloaded Python. We've downloaded Anaconda. Okay, like I explained for those that began the class with us, Anaconda is a distribution. It contains everything you need to work with as a data person. Different kind of IDE, different kind of application, including AI packages that you need to use. Okay. Now, these are all the possible applications that you can use inside Anaconda, for example. For those of you that you have it before, simply just type Anaconda, okay, Navigator. It's going to pop up. Click on it. Once you click on it, it's going to bring you here inside this environment. Okay. Now, in this environment, what are the things that you have? You can see PyCharm. PyCharm is an IDE, okay, but it's paid. There's a free community version that does a bit, but it's paid version. Professionals that works heavily on machine learning projects are the ones that use this the most. Okay, for a good number of us here, we spend time working with either Jupyter Lab or Jupyter Notebook, okay, which we have also installed. Now, then another thing that you can use here is Spider. Spider is also very common, okay. Then as well, R is also very, very common. But mostly for people that are in academics, they use R more than they use Python.
Please
Okay?
confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, please. It seems your screen is breaking. It's frozen right now. So kindly
Okay, we
reshare
share.
so that we can see what you're sharing. Yeah, thank you.
You should be able to see it now. Can you see my screen now?
Okay, not yet. I'm about to bring it in. Okay. Yeah, it's visible now. Thank you.
Good. So the things I've shown, this is PyCharm, this is Jupyter Lab, this is Jupyter Notebook. So for those of you that you already have an Anaconda before, you can simply just come here and launch your Jupyter Notebook directly from here by clicking launch. Okay. For those of you that you don't have an Anaconda and are just installing it for the first time, you can easily just, it's going to bring you see something like install. Once you click on install, it will change from install to launch. Okay, and once you click on launch, it's going to show up in your browser like this. Okay, once it show up in your browser, I'm going to close the one we opened before. It might take some time, so just calm down for it to load up. Once it loads up, you will see how it has loaded up completely. You can close this guy, we don't need it now. You can close this guy, we don't need it now, so that we can focus only on our Jupyter. Now, earlier we created a folder for our project in this case, which is called class 1. If you don't have a folder, don't be bothered. Just come here and click on new. Once you click on new, it's going to tell you, do you want to create a terminal? Do you want to create a new file? Do you want to create a new folder? Let's assume I want to create a new folder now. I can say new folder, basic Python, enter. Once I create my basic Python, I'm inside that folder now. You can see this was the folder I was before. I'm inside that folder now, basic Python. Then you can create new notebook. Once you create a new notebook, it's going to pop up in a new environment like this. Hold on for it to load up. It might take some time to load up, as you can see here. Let me reload. Yeah, it can take some time like that. Okay. It's rolling. Yeah, it's up now. The first thing it will ask you to do is to select a kernel. A kernel is your working system, like your working engine, that is going to connect whatever code that you write to Python. Okay, you don't have to bother. Just select the default kernel that comes with it, and you are set. You can start writing your code. The most important code that you probably write as a beginner is print hello world, for example. You can use shift enter to run, or you can click on run here, or you can click on this run. Any one of them work. If you click on run here, you can do a lot of things, like run selected cell, which is shift enter, run selected cell above, alt enter, run selected flip but don't leave. So you see a lot of shortcuts that you can use. So in this case, I simply want to run my selected cell, and you can see it has print my hello world. If I want to say, let's say a is equals to 5, b is equals to 7, and I want to add this thing together, so I can say c is equals to a plus b, for example. But what I want to see is just c. Okay, so you give it some time, you can see it brings my answer for me as c. Don't worry, we are still going to work ourselves through the basis of some of these things. But now what we are confirming now is that our notebook is active. You can change the name of your notebook up here and say don't delete this .ipynb. What ipynb means is interactive Python notebook. Okay, telling you the kind of file that you are working with. Okay, other type of file that you work with in Python includes scripts that ends with .py. So you identify them as scripts. So in this case, let's just say intro basic, for example, and click on the name. You can see the name has changed now. So now this is one way of launching Jupyter. Way number one of launching Jupyter. So I'm going to close it back up now. What did we do in this case? We launched Jupyter from inside Anaconda. So that's way number one. Let's assume I don't want to use Anaconda because, like I said, Anaconda is a navigator and I want to use Jupyter Notebook directly. It's simple. Another approach that you can, yes, don't show again, is just come to your search bar, search for Jupyter. You can see Jupyter Notebook. If you click on it, you are back here as well. It's going to launch some stuff in your script for you. Then it opens up in your browser. Let's wait. Good. It has launched our Jupyter for us now. Okay, that's the second way you can use to launch your Jupyter. Now you can launch your Jupyter as well from your command prompt, but we will not be doing that for the sake of simplicity, but I will just demo it quick. All you simply do is type Jupyter notebook here and you click on enter. Once you do that, it will also launch up Jupyter for you in your browser. So those are ways that you can use to launch Jupyter after you have installed Python, after you have installed Anaconda. Okay, so those two things are very, very important. That's why we have to look through them. So now we are back inside our basic Python script. Now I made it clear that there are now two versions of Jupyter. Yeah? There is Jupyter Notebook and there is Jupyter Lab. What is the difference? Not so much. To launch Jupyter Lab, if you come here, as you can see here, you can see Jupyter. Just click on the button beside it. Once you click on the button beside it, it's going to launch Jupyter Lab for you. Now the question now is, the environment is the same. What is now different? The difference is, if you come to this side here, inside our Jupyter Notebook, you see we don't have that button, that panel there. But in our Jupyter Lab, we do, which means that I can easily navigate inside my folder as I'm working with inside Jupyter Lab. You can see that. So Jupyter Lab allows you to manage both your notebook and your files together, plus the inherent thing that your Jupyter Notebook can do for you. Okay, so that's the two difference between what Jupyter Lab is and what Jupyter Notebook is. So please pay attention to that. And what other things can you see? You can see all the different kernels that you have in Jupyter Lab. So the active one we are using now is Python 3 IPy kernel. So you can see all the different headers. Let's say I kind of add a text here now like this, a markdown here with this guy now, and I say okay, intro to Python, and I run. Okay, you can see that's giving me an header. So that just like the way you will work with Microsoft Word, for example, you can see. So that's one of the advantage of Jupyter Lab. So this is where you can debug your code to in Jupyter Lab. Okay, so and you can add as many extensions as you can inside this place. So we take yes, you can install as many extensions as possible here. So that's the advantage of using Jupyter Lab over Jupyter Notebook. So now a checkpoint, which is so far so good. So far so good. We have installed Python, we have installed Jupyter Notebook and Jupyter Lab, we have installed Anaconda and Anaconda Navigator. Can we now start to look at how to install VS Code and Jupyter Lab in VS Code? Yes, but let's see some question. So you already asked a question now, okay, that since we can launch Jupyter Notebook from Anaconda Navigator, does that mean we can avoid downloading it on the PC and just launch it directly from Anaconda? Yes, yes, but the truth of the matter is this: if you install your Anaconda Navigator, before you can even launch Jupyter Notebook or Jupyter Lab inside your Anaconda Navigator, you need to install it from Anaconda Navigator first. And once you do that, it's going to install your PC. So it's just faster. That's the difference. I hope I've been able to answer your question like that, Somade. So now the last stuff that I want to install now is how to use Jupyter Lab and Jupyter Notebook from VS Code. For someone like myself, I like to interact with Python from inside VS Code. It is just easy because VS Code allows you to write other languages as well: Java, JavaScript, TypeScript, HTML, CSS. So if you learn how to use it, it makes your work really, really easier because you'll be doing everything inside one environment, even if you don't want to do only Python. Okay. So to do that, we've already downloaded our VS Code I showed us earlier. So you don't need to follow this, just learn how to do it by watching. Okay. So once you downloaded your VS Code, you can install. Windows cannot access. Okay, yeah, it's loading. So you can see the same instruction. They are all very easy to install. Just next, 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 install. It's very, they've set these things up so much that you can install them. It's only that setting up the environment you want to work with inside these guys is what requires you to learn a bit. So while we are waiting for that, so the last IDE, which is where we'll be doing our Python project, is Jupyter, Google Colab. So like always, if you want to access Google Colab, just search for Google Colab on what's it called, on Google, and you will see Google Colab here like this. The first result is what you need. Now pay attention here. Now I can realize that a good number of us now have different ID from the comments in the chat box. Some already have Anaconda Navigator, where you can launch Jupyter Notebook that we showed just now, and Jupyter Lab. Beautiful. Some already have Jupyter Notebook that they can launch successfully now. Beautiful. Now, but for the purpose of this class, I will recommend that we use Google Colab, okay? Because I will assume that there are some people here that are using phone. Luckily for you, anything we do in the course of this class is something that you can run successfully on your phone if you are using Google Colab. So I will recommend that you use Google. It's easy. All you just need to do is search for Google Colab online, go to Google Colab like this, and it will prompt you to log in. For those of you that are just using Google Colab for the first time, it will ask you to log in with your Google account, your Gmail. Just log in with your Gmail and you will be in this environment. Simple as ABC. Now, once you do that, all you simply need to do is to create a new notebook. Okay? Give it some time to load up. Give it some time to load up. And you can see we have an environment that is very, very similar to Jupyter Lab. You can see we have where we can check our files. We have where we can store our secrets, which Google Jupyter Lab does not have. We have where we can check for our code and a couple of things. And just like we have our header in Jupyter Lab now, we can see our sections too here. So that's why how easy using Google Colab can be. And the same way you can name your Jupyter notebook, you can name it here Python Basics. Okay, Python Basics. So this is Jupyter notebook, which is what we'll be using after we come back from the break. Now, I know some people might still be struggling with opening Google Colab. It's fine. Anything we do here, you can also implement it inside Jupyter Notebook, the one you have. Whether you are using your Jupyter Notebook as a standalone notebook or you are using it as inside an Anaconda Navigator, or you are using it inside VS Code, which I'm about to show now how to do. So for those of you that is only VS Code that you have, just come here. We've installed our VS Code. Finish and launch. Once your VS Code open like this, can you see? Once your VS, this is how your VS Code is going to look like the first time. All you simply need to do is come to extensions. I will be slow a bit here so that you get it. After you've launched VS Code, you have your environment like this. Scroll down to this guy. Just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extensions. Click on it. It's going to bring this guy. Search for Jupyter. Jupyter, and click enter. Once you search for Jupyter like that, you can see, just click on this small install button that is beside it. Make sure you are installing the one from Microsoft. It is usually the first outcome or first result. Just click on install. Once you click on install, it will take some time to load up. It will take some time to load up. It will take some time to load up. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Let's just wait. Good. It has successfully installed. Create a Jupyter notebook. That's all. Once it loads up like that, you can simply just create a Jupyter notebook. You can see we have exactly the same thing. Print hello world. Although this one will require a bit of setup now. Print hello. Hello. You can see. So it will ask me to choose my kernel, just like that one we do. Okay, once you do that, download and install. Just follow the prompt. It's as easy as that. It will take some time to load up, and once it's done, you can see. You can also use Jupyter Notebook inside your VS Code, and this is even much more efficient than most of all the ones that we have. So now we have been successfully able to work with different environments. Okay, but the specific one we'll be choosing for the next 1 hour or thereabouts to them to work through Python as a whole is Google Colab. Although you can use any form of Jupyter Notebook that you have with you. Okay. Now I have some questions now that I quickly want to attend to before we go on the break, which is somebody asks a question, which IDE is good? Anyone. It's only that it's dependent on your project. Okay. If you want to build a professional production grade code, I will advise you use PyCharm Pro, not PyCharm Community, PyCharm Pro, which you can see in Anaconda as well. It's also very easy to use, just like you are using VS Code. Simple. If you want to do ML so that you can learn and document your process, and Jupyter Notebook is the best, but it is limited, very, very limited, as you will see that. Now, the last question here now is, can files saved with Jupyter Notebook be opened by Google Colab too? Yes, absolutely, yes. It is only that you have to upload it onto Google Colab first. Okay, just have to upload it to Google Colab first, which is some of the things I will do in the course of this class, because I will need to import some Jupyter Notebook files that are designed for the purpose of this class. So yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. So I think this is a good time to take our 10 minutes break, and after 10 minutes we'll come back, then we now start Python from scratch like that. You can see this installation took time because that is how it is. If you want to start your work, let's say you get a job role now as a data person that will be required to use analysis using Python, setting up your environment can take weeks. You have to go to IT, you have to go to so many departments first to set up your PC before you can now start working. So it always take time like this. Now, I know that at the beginning of the course there was speed so that we can work through as many installations as possible. You can always go back, go and check, watch it step by step and recreate so that you will learn how to do it. So I will call on Esther now so that we can take the break for 10 minutes. I also go and take my break. I need to pray now. So when I come back, then we will start all the introduction in full, and we should finish in about 1 hour, 1 hour 30 minutes, so that we will spend 4 hours just like we have planned. So if you have any question now, this would be a good time, but I need to call on Esther. Esther, you have the floor now so that we can take a break.
Okay, please confirm you can hear me before I continue.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clearly.
All right, thank you so much, Malik, for the class. I'm enjoying it myself. I sincerely appreciate your patience as well. All right, everyone. So we're going to be taking a quick 10 minutes break, but it's meant to be 5 minutes, Malik. But do you want us to take 10 minutes? Or
Yes,
maybe you
yes.
have, okay,
10
there is no
minutes.
problem about that. All right, so we're going to be taking a 10 minutes break right now. Let's use this time to grab some water, to stretch a little, and to get ready to be back refreshed, fully refreshed. Because right now, you're going to be practicing everything that you'll be teaching. So right now, we're not just listening to Malik. Right now, we'll be doing everything that he's doing. Right now, you want to do analysis. You want to be an analyst right now. So that's what we would be doing after the class. So please, whatever thing you need to do to make yourself become refreshed again, please go back, do it. If it's a little exercise, you can do it. If you need to take some water, you can. If you need to probably just walk down your street, I don't know. But whatever thing you need to do right now to become more refreshed, please do it, because we are going to be working right now after the break. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining, and we'll be back to continue with the Python session, but don't go too far. Thank you so much. So 10 minutes and then we'll be back. So by 5:15, yes, 5:15, we would come back to continue the session. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so during the break, let's take this time to refresh everything that has been done as well. For those that could not join early, so you can just go back if you need to download Jupyter Notebook, if you need to download Anaconda rather, VS Code, please, you can do that while on the break. Thank you. Okay, please confirm you can hear me. I never knew I was live already. Okay, thank you so much. So I sent. Okay. Okay. Okay, please confirm you can hear me. I never knew I was live already. Okay, everyone, welcome back to the session. Before Malik comes up, I would also like to confirm how has the class been. I think I sent it to the comments. So please, I want to hear from you before it comes back to join us. How has it been? I believe it has been impactful. So 34 people are currently on live now. They've joined us. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining, and thanks for your patience. Personally, it has been impactful. I've learned one or two things from the session, but I would also like to hear from you. How has the class been? So please, let's get it in the comments. Yeah, thank you, Favor. It has been impactful. Okay, so I want to get more responses before we go on. And then who has been able to download the tools? I shared the links in the WhatsApp channel. If you have not downloaded them yet, please check the WhatsApp channel for the links, and then for the data set as well. I want to confirm if every one of you has downloaded the data set, because you'd be importing it into the notebook. So please, if you haven't downloaded the data set yet, kindly download it now. Go and download the data set. You'll be using it for this session. Have it on your laptop, have it on your phone, so that when you are doing the practical part, it would be easier for you. So please, if you don't have the data set ready, kindly go back there and go to the WhatsApp channel rather and download it. So I got one response from Favor, impactful. How about others? Eze Dish, you've been very consistent in the class. How has it been to you? Has it been impactful? Is the tutor fast? You know, he also wants to hear from you, wants to hear from you. Should he take it slowly? So please, let's hear from you. Malik is on the stage right now. So before he starts the other parts, let's hear from you. Okay. So we're going to be starting by 5:20. Yeah, Brainy too has been on the call, so I believe it has been impactful as well. It has been interesting. So please, many people run away from Python, a lot of people. There was a time I had an engagement. Okay, thank you, Ezedish. Yeah, very enlightening. I'm enjoying it. It's a bit fast though, but I'm able to follow. Thank you so much for that feedback. So he has heard that. I think he has noted that already. So he's also going to be taking it slowly as well, especially for newbies. So I was saying that there was a time I had an engagement. So after, when I started teaching Python, they were like, they don't want to do it anymore. The Python is hard and all. And I know at the beginning when okay, you can hear me. Yes, all right. So when Malik started it, the thing is, he also knows that everybody knows that a lot of people feel that Python is hard. Python is not hard. If you were to compare Python with R, some persons prefer R, I understand, but personally, I don't like R at all. I prefer Python. Python is easy, and it's easy because of the syntax. The syntax is very, very easy, just like SQL. Some persons also think SQL is hard, and that's why we decided to have this session, right? So that somebody that knows how to do it will break it down for you, and I believe he has been breaking it down. So don't worry about the installation and the first part we had. That was just to give you an introduction of what Python is about and what everything is. So we haven't really done because installation is usually the hard part for many people. They get stuck at installation and then that's it, they give up. So I believe that, and that's why we are using Colab for this session, because it's a web version. You don't need to set anything up. You don't need to install anything. Now, after this class, you can now calmly go back to the video and then check the things we installed and then follow the steps that it took. That will be it, right? So rather than us going back and forth and saying, okay, I got this error, no need, right? Exactly. So that's why we've decided to now use the web version where everybody can access it, and then we'll do our analysis from there. So like I said, Python is a very interesting tool. If you don't want to remain at using Excel as a data analyst, you want to move to the advanced part, right? It's then you must learn Python. So don't just say, I want to be using Excel. I want to know how to use Excel and that. So if you work in an organization where you use, or they have a lot of clients, they have a lot of customers, like 20 million customers, 5 million customers, Excel will not do the analysis for you. You can't use Excel to analyze customers or rows or data with 5 million rows or 20 million rows. And that's where Python come in. So you can use Python to do exploration on a lot of data, right? So, and that's why we've decided to bring it up. Even if you're not going to be using it now, just learn it, just understand what Python is, just learn how to use it. And then from there, you can now move to more videos where they will teach you the advanced part. So I believe that the class has been interesting so far. So we have Malik now on the stage, is going to start the analysis part. So welcome back, Malik. Thank you so much for how you've been breaking it down for us. So I implore every one of you to listen attentively. If you have your pen, if it's too fast, please let us know in the comments. If you have any questions, please let us know in the comment section as well. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining, and for Malik for handling the class so well. Yeah, so I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Esther. Thanks. So I will just employ you this time around because I may not be coming back here a lot. Okay, I will not be fast, I promise. And I'm not going to be coming back here a lot. So Esther, if there is any question, I'll just call my attention to it and solve it. Okay. So let's start. All the things that we've been doing since what we get is just to confirm whether our environment is there or not, and we've done that. So we have our environment, we've set up Python, installed Anaconda. Now let's assume ourselves now it's okay. I am a data analyst trying to start up my career. What about Python do I need to know? And how do I analyze my data with Python? Just like Esther rightly pointed out, Excel can only take about 1 million plus rows. So, but in your daily life as a data person, 1 million is small. Okay, you have to deal with 4 million, 5, 10, 100 million, or data set that is as large as 50 gigabytes or even more. So, which means you need a much more powerful tool to work with, and that's why Python. Okay, now before you can start analyzing data with Python, it is not going to be well for you to not know some basic things. Okay, you simply want to just start, if you read Excel and you are by coding everything, it will be challenging for you to be able to debug. So learning some basics is really crucial. Okay, so in the next few minutes, I'll walk you through some basic, very very basic. Okay, so I'm not going to be spending so much time on them so that we can analyze it, which is what everybody is waiting for. So the first basic things that I will need to expand my screen so that you guys can see, that you need to learn when it comes to Python is understanding the meaning of variables and how we can name and assign variables in Python. Okay, so just like in the name, a variable is an entity that changes. Okay, it can take on anything at a particular period of time. Okay, you can take up text, you can take up a CSV, you can take up an Excel, you can take up anything that you give to it. That's a variable. And a variable is identified by the name you give to it. The only thing is just that there are some names that you cannot give to variable. So which is what's going to bring us to learning about what are the conventions of variables that we need to know. Okay, first thing first is that it's advisable for you in Python to always use snake case for your variable names. And what do we mean by that? So there are two types of casing in programming. Yeah, let me quickly come over here. So there is the snake case. Just pay attention to how I'm writing them. Snake case, and there is the camel case. Okay, camel case. If any of you have seen a camel before, you realize that camel have hunchback. Okay, hunch on their back. If you see the way this guy is, you can see that as I'm moving from here, see, as I'm moving from here to here, it goes up. So you can see the hunch here. So that's why it's called camel case. And for snake, everything is just snake like that, like that. And the difference is just that snake, all are in lower cases. But for camel, the beginning part is always in capital letter. So for example, if I want to give a variable name, say Esther Anagu in camel case, this will be a typical camel case. Can you see that? If I now want to give a variable name, sorry, this will be a typical snake case. But if I want to give a variable name in camel case, it will be something like Esther Anagu. I would advise that you stick with snake case for consistency. Okay, many people use snake case in Python. Yeah, so that's it. What we mean by snake case. Now, just like I have mentioned, the variable names are case sensitive. For example, look at this. Let me do something. If we assign a variable name Ade Bola, okay, to be equals to 2, and I assign another variable name Ade Bola to be equals to 3, despite the fact that you as a person, you know that Adebola refer to exactly the same person, yeah. But let's see if Python refer to them as same thing. So print Adebola, for example, Ade underscore Bola, you can see it's giving you 2. And if we print the same Adebola in the other way around, this guy, what did I even do? Sorry for this. This is what we should have printed. So these two guys, don't mind the AI that is working for us there. So you can see that the first Adebola is 2, the second Adebola is 3. Now, a way that we can know that are they the same is Adebola now equals to Adebola. Let's check. If it brings positive, then it's true. If it brings false, why are we always having syntax or some of this stuff? Just hold on. So what we are trying to show here is to, yeah, we need to correct that because we didn't have it. Can you see? Now, is this guy equals to this guy? See, it's telling us no, despite the fact that they are exactly the same name. I hope you get that. So we really need to be sure because Python is case sensitive. Just know that. Then the second thing is that, or the third thing is that you cannot start a variable name with numbers. You can't. For example, I can't say 4 Anagu, for example, 4 Anagu is equals to 2. And I say, in fact, I will not be able to do anything. So, but if I want to say print 4 Anagu, for example, it will tell me that there is error. Okay, why? The reason is simple. We cannot, okay, we cannot start a variable with number. However, you can put variable a number in your name, maybe at the end or at the middle. For example, this will be acceptable. Okay, this will be acceptable. The second guy, this one is not acceptable. I'll be commenting it out. And but look at this second guy, it's acceptable. So and I can print it as well. Print this guy and now go underscore 4. You understand? We can run that. Sorry, I didn't type it correctly. And now go underscore 4. So we have that. I hope you see that too. So it is very, very crucial and important that you know that you cannot start variable with number. It's very, very important. Why do we now need variable as an analyst? Majority of all, I'll be deleting this guy, and let me delete this guy so that we can have a clear sheet to work with. So that we can have a clear sheet to work with. Now look at this guy. Okay, if you want to read in your data for data analysis, the first thing you have to do is to define a data frame. Okay, so for example, this is a typical example of how you can read in data into your environment. But the challenge that is there is, if I had named this guy as 4 underscore something, okay, you see it's already telling me that there is a problem. So which is why we need to know how to install to write correct variable names. And the last thing is just something that is basic. There are some words in Python that are reserved. For example, the word print is reserved. Let me just say reserved words. Reserved words. Okay. So the word print, for example, is reserved in Python. Output is reserved in Python. Okay. There are so many words that are reserved words in Python that you cannot use as your variable name to throw error because they have been assigned to something else in Python, so you can't use them. So then finally, because you want other people to be able to read your code, to read the analysis that you've done and understand it even when you are not there, it is advisable that you use descriptive name. So for example now, df is not a descriptive name. So I can change it to something like data saves data. Okay, for example, because this data is actually a sales data, so I can assign it like that, then it won't be df here anymore, it becomes sales data. But let's see if we have it here. The reason why this is showing error is because we don't have sales data in our directory. But let's see if there is something I can read from here. Okay, there is something inside Google Colab that we can actually use. Let's choose this California something, not so long, means test, for example. Look at this guy. Let's change the name of this CSV to MNIST so that you can see the importance of learning about variable name. So if you do that, means MI is the spelling correct? Okay, it's not correct. So underscore test. Yeah. Says it that we did the MNIST. Oh, yeah, this will not work because um, let me do something here. Pandas. Okay, we have that already. So we can now import. Don't worry about this. We would get here. I'm just trying to prove something. So we have this guy. So I tested. What's wrong with my okay? Import pandas speed good. So it's still saying we cannot find that guy. Okay, so let's do this. Let me copy the part of this guy so that we can be sure we are actually copying the right thing. So you can see that now. So it's there. Don't worry, when we get to where we need to use this, we can use this. But the point we are trying to make here is this. Okay, variable names are very important in Python because you will need them as long as you are trying to read something into the environment that you are working in. Okay, how this came about, we will explain it sometime later. But the most important thing that you guys need to note here is that there are some names that your variable names cannot accept, and there are some of the things that we will describe here. Try to use cases, snake case. Your variable names are case sensitive. You cannot start with number. You cannot use reserved keyword. In fact, variable names are so easy to define to the point that you can even use what's it called? You can use underscore to start your variable name, but you cannot use dash. But you can't use dash. So you get the difference. So you can use something like underscore data to assign your variable name for it. Okay, you can use that, but you can't say dash data, this one will throw an error, this other one will throw error. So it is pretty important that when you are naming your variable name, this other guy, let's try and see. So we have our data, let's print underscore data and C. So I'll copy this out, comment this out for now so that you can see. And by the way, for those of you that you don't know how to comment in Python, it's simple. Just put hash in front of whatever it is that you are working with. So you can see this run without error. So let's comment this other print out and try to print this guy and see if it's going to give us error. So print dash data and run. You can see it's giving us syntax error. In fact, now this is what makes you a true data analyst with Python, a Python developer, how to read errors. As you can see that this errors is telling me it's a syntax error. Why is it called syntax error? It means that it does not agree with the language that Python expects you to write in. One. So which kind of syntax error is now this? Look at this guy. It's telling you that you cannot assign to expression, which means that you cannot define your variable name as dash data. It's as simple as that. So learning some of these basics makes Python easy for you when you are working with data analysis. So I believe that that's clear. I will just come back a bit so that I don't move too fast and check comments. Okay, so if that is clear, it's saying I'm not audible enough. Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay, yeah. I'm going to assume
Yes,
everybody.
Malik.
Yes,
I
thank you.
responded already to him. So
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Thank you very much. So that is that about assigning variables. So these are some of the typical example of variables that you can assign. So you can see this is student's name. This is a variable that we can assign, correct? This is another variable that we can assign. This is a variable we can assign. These are variables that we can assign. You can run this guy and see if they all printed without error. All these are correct ways of assigning variables in Python. Now, another concept that we just need to pay attention is that you can assign more than one variable at once. So for example now, look at in this case, I define student name to be Alice, I define student age to be 25, I define GPA to be 3.8, is enrolled to be true. Now in our case, we can do all these things at once using multiple variable assignments like this. Although we'll be skipping this because you will most likely not do multiple variable assignments in your script as a data analyst, but it's something that you need to know because I'll be sharing this notebook at the end of the class for you to just interact with. That's why I had to put some of these examples there long beforehand. So these are some of the things that we've discussed. So what are naming convention? Let it be in staircase, let it be descriptive so that we understand what you are saying. So that you not go and assign, for example, now if I want to make this so ambiguous that other people will not understand. Let's say I now divine my variable name as AP. In this case A underscore P. To me, I know that AP here is denoting average price, but if somebody else is going to read this, will they know? No, making it very very difficult to understand the code that I write. Is exactly. So your names should be as descriptive as possible. So that is that about all of that. So now that's about assigning variable. I am making it so brief because our end goal in this section is for us to analyze data and we will get there, but this basic is important for us to go through. Now the next very important concept that you should be familiar with in data analysis as a data person is what are the different data types that we have in Python. There are so many kinds, but we'll be restricting it to just three, okay? Which is, and let me say two broad group, which is numeric data type and text data type. Numeric data types and numeric data types are just basically two, which are integers, whole number from minus infinity to plus infinity, any number in between, minus 2, minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Whole numbers that don't have decimal point, and those are integers. Floats are decimal numbers, okay, 3.142, 0.5, 4.145, 1.414, 5 and so on. These are floating numbers, okay. Now the text data type that we now have is what? Is text, just like text, and it's called string. Okay. Now, mind you, in Python, which is where we need to be careful. Okay. I will need to show you something. Now, we know that strings are numbers, yes or no? Strings are text, yes or no? And numbers can either be integers or floats. Now, look at this guy. Let me say um, amebo, for example. If I say amebo is equals to 32400. Now, look at this guy. Amebo is equals to that guy. Now, we can all agree that this 34,000 is a number, yes or no? Normally, we'll be categorizing it as an integer because it's a whole number. But in this case now, it is not a number. And why? In Python, strings are often understood, or let me say identified, by quotation mark in front of them, similar to the same way you will think about it in SQL that you've been exposed to earlier. Yeah. So strings are denoted by these quotes, which means that even if I'm writing a number in this case, okay, and inside this number I now put an inverted commas or quotation marks there like this, this is not a number. Python will interpret this guy as a string. Now, we know that we cannot add strings the same way we add numbers, abi. Now, look at this. Let's say I now define data now as 200, and I want to do something very crazy. Let's say I want to add amebo and data together. You remember, normally the value of amebo is 34,000. Okay, that's what we assume, and the value of data is 200. Yes, that's what we assume. This, we believe the two of them should be both numbers. So that means if I add amebo and data together and print the outcome like this, I should have something like, let me use 2,000 so that it becomes clear. I should have something like 36,000. Yeah, but this is going to throw an error. And pay attention to the type of error it showed. Unlike before that we had syntax error, the error we have here is type error, which means that read the traceback that I said cannot concatenate string and integer. That's basically what this guy is saying.
Hello, Malik.
Yes, I can hear you, boss.
Okay, sorry for interrupting. So Jennifer is saying that you should explain the reserved key part again, keyword part again.
Yes, thank you very much for calling my attention to that. Immediately after I'm done with this guy, that's the next thing I'll pick up again. So now, where was I? Yeah, you can see it brought an error in this case. So a type error, meaning that you cannot add integer and string together, which is normal. I cannot add a number to a letter. Okay, it doesn't make sense. But the reason why this is giving me error is because I have mistakenly assigned my number as a string. But if you put away this quotation mark that is there and I rerun this, you will see that it will give me an answer now, meaning that it has successfully recognized these two guys as strings. So which is why you need to be careful. Now, what's now the importance of learning this? Now, it is possible for those of, I believe, my assumption for this class is everybody at least can work with Excel. Now, you know that sometimes in Excel, you will have some column that are supposed to be as numbers, but they are mistyped or mischaracterized as string. You see some inverted commas in front of it, and if you wan check the type of data, it will tell you that it's text instead of number. So if in your Python now you are now trying to add something in that column with another column that is number, it will throw error. So knowing the kind of data type that is in your column is very, very crucial. So can you now appreciate why we need to talk about this basics now? Because we need this when we are analyzing our data. So now, to answer Jennifer's question that I should explain reserved keywords, so I'll try to like go back there again. Now, the word reserved, the meaning of reserved, when you say something is reserved, they are meant to be used for certain set of people or for certain scenarios. We use the scenario definition in our case. Scenario in the sense that you see all these special characteristics word like print, output, boolean, pi, for example. think of any other things, pi, as many as possible. They are not really coming to head now. Those words have been assigned to different things. Let me show you a typical example, although it's a detour. Now I will do something that I will explain later. Let me import math. Okay, so now in math the word pi, okay, already means something. This word pi already means something in pi. Okay, if I have import this math, for example, and I go and define pi for another thing that is not this guy, it's going to throw me an error. Okay, or another simpler way to explain that will simply to say, let's assume that I want to assign print to a variable 2, and I say print. Let's see if it's going to work. For example, print. You can see it told me type error. But if you pay attention to the trace back in front of that type error, it is not like I cannot add something or something. It's telling me that this integer in this case is not callable. Anytime you see object is not callable in Python, it's telling you that you are using a reserved keyword to assign something. Okay, so those words you cannot use them to assign for variable, you avoid them. So one of the best way to know variables that are already been reserved is by practice, or you just go and check Python documentation for what are reserved keywords in Python and get familiarized with some of them. I believe I've been able to answer that question. So let's move on. Now, where were we? Okay, so we are explaining data type. So now in this case now, learning your data type is possible. Now I want to bring that error again, because you know it is easy for me in this case now to be able to just go back to my data and clean this guy and this guy up so that I don't have error. But can I do that for a 1 million row data? Okay, yes, technically I can define a function in Python that can do that for me, but that's stress where I can easily just convert this guy from string to integer. For example, I can easily convert this amebo guy. You know, this is string already. I can convert it from integer to string. Let's see if that will fix the error. Okay, it's still telling me that I cannot call it. Why? But we've done a typecast. Let's check why we have that error and see if we can resolve it. By the way, now one of the reasons why I want us to specifically use Google Colab is this. Google Colab, luckily for a good number of us, has an inbuilt Gemini that can allow you to do easy debugging. Okay, for some of you that have good eyes, you realize that I've been using it at all. Now let's pay attention to the error so that we learn together from this. He said the error type error is not callable, indicates that a built-in print function was either overwritten by an integer, blah 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 blah. Oh, I thought we corrected this guy the other time. So I was the cause of the problem. Okay, sorry, I assigned a print here down below. Okay, I assigned a print here down below before. So that is why we need to delete something from our table so that we don't keep having issue. So I need to delete this guy, one. And what else do I need to delete? I think we've cleared that error. Yeah, remember when we assign print is equals to print, it is saved in the memory of the Jupyter notebook. So let me duplicate this guy and try again. Oh, this is test. Oh, time is really running fast. So you can see it gave me without problem. So despite the fact that I was typing the same thing. Now you pay attention to this now that I didn't even kukuma write print here again. You know, normally I would have simply said print C. Yes, is that not it? Do you get it? But because I don't see the part of my code where I'm assigning print to the guy. Okay, we will need to restart this guy. That's why I quickly might just remove the print away and use this guy directly so that we don't have that issue. that prince that I assigned the other time, I've not deleted it, and I can't really find where I assigned it again because this is a very very long lesson. So let's just keep moving on so that we don't waste time on that. Let me restart this scanner for the purpose of okay. So to restart scanning on Google Colab, you can see start section. Okay. So if I restart the session now, everything is back to normal. So we can keep working with what we are working on. So that is that about data types. Okay, knowing that your string is easily denoted by this guy will save you a lot of trouble. Okay, and even though you now have a long Excel sheet where some numbers are mischaracterized as strings, one of the way you can do it is doing something we call, let me put a comment here. This is an example of something we call type casting, meaning that you are changing the type of that column or a data in this case to a data that you can work with. So we have typecasted, that's the meaning. We have typecasted amebo from string 34,000 to amebo integer 24,000. I believe that is like clear. So these are some of the basic examples of that which I believe I have explained. You can walk yourself through some of this. That's the reason why I made it this one so that you can read. You can walk yourself through some of these things. All operations that can be done on integers and floats, God mass, can be done on all of these guys. So very very important for you to know. Let's run this guy and see some of those stuff. So the integers, you can see the whole number, you can see the type as integer, you can see the type integer, type integer, type integer, and you can see as many more as possible. You can write long integers as well, no big deal. So this is a typical example of typecasting that I demonstrated earlier up there, okay, which in this case you can see this guy was mischaracterized as string 15,000. It is supposed to be a number, but it was mischaracterized. So one of the way we can do that is to do something we call typecasting, like we've done earlier. Okay, this was typecasted as from string to integer. It's a very very useful tool in your toolbox as a data analyst because you can have some sheet in Excel, column in Excel sheet that will be mischaracterized as text and their number. Okay, one of the best way to handle it is to do typecasting. You will see that when you start using some. So other typecasting is that you can convert a number from float to integer. Okay, so it's just like rounding off. It's still the same trick, typecasting. Okay, you can convert a number from string to float and so on and so on. So if I want to typecast this to string instead, I will simply just say this guy. Let's run this and see the outcome. Okay, you can see now this was a float before. What is a float again, everybody? Decimal numbers. But when I typecasted this down from float to string, yes, it moved directly from float. You can see the class here, and you can see the what? You can see the class here as string. Okay, so type to decide on the type of the stuff. Type is also another reserved keyword in Python, and you can easily just type the same way we are doing this guy, and no problem. So for example, if I don't want to do it as long as that, I can just say type price float in this case. So let's run this guy again. Okay, don't wait. Yeah, you can see the class is now float. Okay, so that is that about that. So let's fast track all of that. Like I said, all basic arithmetic that you can do with floats, you can do that. Now let me create a new slide, for example, here, a new code cell here. Now think about it. I think we will have more time. I have some things I wanted to say, but we don't, so we are moving fast. Now, there is something I really want you guys to pay attention to here, which is one of the most powerful things that Python can allow you to do. Who remember the formula for simple interest? Anybody here? So please just type in the comment box if you remember the formula for simple interest. Okay. I think I have a question here from Philip. So Python also uses syntaxes like stata. Yes, very similar to stata. Very similar, but there are slight differences. Okay, very very similar. That's a very good question. So yeah, not to waste our time. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Azedish. Principal PRT. Thank you. P times rate times time. You can definitely do that in Python as well. Let's assume that I design my principal to be equals to 2000. Note that it's a number and not a string. My rate as 0.2, that's like 2% per annum, and my time to be like 2 years. So I can easily do that. Let's say my interest now in Python will be equals to principal times rate times time. Okay, I've designed that. Yeah, of course. Remember, who can tell me why this gave me an error? Is there anybody? I really want to. Oh, God bless you. PRT over 100. We will do that, Jennifer. But we had an error here, okay? That is saying name T is not defined. And we have T here. Who can tell me the reason why when I ran it the other time, interest equals to PRT times time. Okay, why is this guy giving me an error? Is there anybody that can help us with that? Snake case, well, maybe, but not really the answer. Any other person, and you use camel case for T instead of snake case. I think I understand what you are saying now. Yes, you are correct. The real answer, which is very similar to what you said, is that the T that we defined is in small letter. We are now using a capital letter T here. That's a problem. Remember that Python is case sensitive, yes? So let's correct that. PRT over divided by 100, yes? So let's print our interest back. So you can see that our interest has been calculated for us. Now, one extra thing that I would just want us to learn here fast, because it's useful for us in our analysis, is something called f string. F string in Python. F string, which what it simply does is that it allows us to write long tests in our print statement dynamically. That's what it allows us to do. So here now, if I simply, you know that when I say print interest, this is not informative enough. I can make it more informative by saying f string. Okay, the interest is this guy. Okay, now because the interest I'm trying to calculate is a variable, so I will now assign this guy to it, something like this, and close the string statement. If I run this, see what we have. This is much more informative. Is that not it? So you might need this as a way of debugging your code over time when we start analyzing. So we will need to accelerate now so that there's no time. So you can do scientific notification too in Python. These are some of the things that you can learn. Okay, we've done how to do the conversions so far. So far, let's now talk a bit about string. Okay, now strings, like we have said, okay, they are text and they are denoted with this guy. Is that not it? Now, basically, we've assigned all the variables here. The email, that's the email of the company. I'm trying to save it inside this guy, and this is the code that all of these guys say. Okay, so I just want to show you example of how you can assign variables to, and you can see the f string, how it is also being used here. So I'm going to just brush over some of this guy. Now there's not now something in Python that is called string concatenation, which means that you can add string together the same way you can do in SQL, the same way you concatenate in Excel when you say is equals to concat, for example. But in this case, you don't use the concat reserve keyword. You don't. You can just do it directly. Now here now we have our first name has been defined as John. Our last name has been defined as Smith. But I now want to get the full name together. Now this, for those of you that have been interacting with Excel a lot, this should help in some case that you can have a column that has only first name. You can have another column that has only last name. If you now want to join the two columns together so that you have only just one single name as full name, see how we can do that in Python. When we start doing it at a PD level, you will see. But this is just the basic syntax. This is just the basic syntax. No wahala, as simple as that. So you can do your conversion and all. Now another type of data type, yes, is what we refer to as booleans. And booleans, like the name, they are just true or false. Okay, and what do we use true or false to do? We use them for comparison. Okay, now what are now the different comparison operator that we have in Python? Now the only thing that is new here, okay, is that equals to sign in Python. Let me just add that somewhere around here. Equals to in Python, okay, is used for variable assignment. That means if you want to assign variable, but if you want to use the actual equals to sign equals to, you have to make it double. That's just the difference. Pay attention to that. If it is not equals to, you can see that. If it is less than, you can see that. Less than or equals to, you can see that. Very similar to the same way you will do with SQL. Is that not it? Or when you are writing formula in Excel. Not so much different. Now, these are a typical example of how we compare booleans. So we don't want to stress ourselves on that. Now, this is a 25, 25, all of them defined. So all these are just basic ways of comparing the syntax. You can interact with them later. Now, to now something we refer to as data structures. I need to I need to write that here. Now, in Python, data structure are just like containers for data. Okay, they are just what? They are just containers for data. And the basic containers for data that we have include, they are just like 6 or thereabout of them. We have lists, we have tuple, we have dictionaries, okay, we have sets. Which other one have I missed? List, tuple, dictionaries. Yeah, I think that's basically everything. Forget about array, forget about vectors for now. We will explain that later if we are able to talk about it. Now, how do we differentiate between all of these guys? Simple. A list is differentiated with a square bracket. I hope you are getting my point. For example, list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a list. I hope you are getting that. A tuple is differentiated with this bracket. Okay, now the difference between a list and a tuple is that a list is mutable. What mutable means is that we can change the content. Okay, a tuple is immutable, meaning that cannot change the content. Are we getting that? A dictionary, let me just say so that we don't waste time, is denoted, or let me say identified, by curly brackets. And a dictionary used to have a key and the content. Let's say 21, comma. Have you seen that? Then let's say I have another name like class. Let's say the class of this guy. This guy is now in 200 level, for example. This is a dictionary. It has both. Oh, don't mind me, 200. Sure. Let's just say 200 level as a string, so that we don't have error on that. So, and we close that. So the difference is just that it has both a key and a value pair. So those are some of the things that you need to note when you are talking about list, tuples, and dictionary. Now, a set is very, very much similar to a dictionary. It's, sorry, very, very much similar to a list. It's only that you can have a list in a list to get set. I hope I really don't want to spend much time on that because we'll still talk about them later. So I will convert this guy to a markdown. Uh, oh, you can't do that here in Colab. So let's just move on. NA and delete and run that. So now, how do we create a list? Just like I said, a list is denoted with these two curly brackets. It can take any type of data type, from numbers to floats to strings. It can take all of that. For example, this is a list of only strings. This is a string of only integers. This is a string of lists. Okay. Now, if you do that, now one thing that we just need to pay attention here to understand some of the things that we are saying is that we can do something we call it's more of slicing, but just to let me say for simplicity, call the contents of a list. Okay, I can specifically call. Now look at this guy now. In this list, this is position 1, position 2, position 3, position 4, position 5. Is that not it? But in Python, the reality is that this guy that is 1 here is actually position 0. The second one is position 2. The third one is position 1, position 2, position 3, position 4. So in this case now, 5 here is in the fourth position because there is a 0 position when you are talking about list. Now let's say in this list that I have here now, if I want to call the first list that we have here, which is 1, okay, if I want to call 1 in that case, all I will simply do is that list. Please, I just need to know that you guys are following. Okay. Can you repeat the concept of concatenation using F string? Yes, I will do that. I will do that now. Just let's follow this. Now, pay attention to this guy. In this list now that we call list, if I want to call the first item here, which is 1, I will just say list 0, which means that I'm calling the first item inside here. Now, why this might be done on a very very small scale now, imagine if I only want to call the first column of an Excel sheet. Now see how Python can help us to scale that up. Yes, we will do that when we are doing our analysis. You can see that's 1. Okay, if I want to call position 4, okay, you see to give me 5, that's position 5. The same thing applicable to dictionaries and all of that. Now, but there is now a very big I can delete this. That already solve what we need to do. That is called list slicing. Don't mind my intonation here. I'm dehydrated. Now for list slicing here, what it simply means is that let's assume that I want to call data from position 2 to position 5. I just want a column, my column to release just column 20, column 30, column 40, column 50 for me in this case, and I don't want much. So what I can simply do, let me run that guy so that we can do it on our own. Now see, I want just 20, 30, 40 from the list numbers. So I just do numbers. Don't forget to put our string, but I want to call from position. Remember that this position 0, this position 1, this position 2, this position 3, this position 4. That means I want to move from position 1 to position 2, 3 to position 4. So I simply just say numbers 1 string to 4. So you see this column that is in between the two of them is what we are using to do our slicing operation. Okay, if we do enter, you can see, okay, we didn't call up to 5, so let's just do that so that we can bring it out. You can see that we've called from exactly 1. If I want to come from the beginning, that means if I want to include 10 to this list, I can easily just say numbers. You can see that means I'm calling from the very beginning to the 5th position. I believe that is clear. Now to answer your question on how to use F string again. So let's say I want to make this much more explanatory. I can now say print. What am I now printing? F string. You can see that's just the way it is. F, then you put string. Anything you want to type inside, type. The first 5 numbers are, okay. What are now the first 5 numbers I'm trying to call? So I can easily just assign this to a variable to make my life easy. Okay, let's call it variable A. And I have defined a variable A before. Okay, since explanatory first 5, let's do first underscore 5 as we have here. Okay, if you do, you can see. So that's how you assign your F string. Your F string is just for you to dynamically write English language, basically. okay, to make it more descriptive, more human friendly. The way you just do it is just that anything that you are typing as normal English, they are straight. If you are now calling a particular variable, just put them inside this curly brackets that I say, and that's how you assign an F string. Okay, that's how you assign an F string. I believe I'll be able to answer that question. I don't want to waste too much time so that we can move on. I might not be able to cover majority of these fundamentals. I, I hope you get that. So, but the basic one that I'm paying attention to, just flow with me. This particular sheet, I will give it to you guys already well explanatory that you can just be practicing step by step and you get it so that we can move to our demo analysis. Okay. So now, one of the things you can do several operations on a list. Okay, you can append. Append means to add. You can insert if you want to add in the put in the middle. Okay, append means to add at the back. Insert means to put in the middle. Remove is of course to remove. So how can we now do that? Now remember that, look at this example that we have here. We have defined a variable called colors that is a list, and inside the color we have red, we have green, we have blue. Is that not it? Now what I want to do here, see another examples of using the F string again. Can you see that? Okay, so pay good attention. Now the F string has been used here successfully, but what we want to do is that we want to append more colors to this color. So the first thing now is we know our original colors as this color, abi? Okay, that's what we are doing here. Just print out all the original color. Okay. Now, but I want to now add yellow inside this guy. Okay, yellow inside this guy. So this trick is the same. Just do colors dot append. Append means that we are adding yellow at the back of blue. Okay, when we print it you will see. Now but I want to insert orange in position 1, which means I want to insert it just after red. Okay, and I want to remove green. These are what we are doing here. So you see the string here is just to remove. You are inserting, you are just like English. So if you do shift enter and run here now, now see our original colors are these guys. Yes or no? Good. After we append yellow, you see we append yellow at the back. Now I want you guys to be thinking on the scale of an Excel sheet. You know it is possible for me to have two different Excel sheets. Now think about that, that have exactly the same number of rows and column, but they are different things. But I now want to append them together. If I want to do that on a list scale, on a CSV scale as well, this is exactly how I will do it as well. Okay, when we do it, you see how that is. Now you can now see we are inserting orange at position 1 immediately after red. Done. And here we are removing green. You can see green is no longer here. So that's basically how those stuff are being done. Now pay good attention to the way the F string is being used again. For you that you have questions about the F string, anything you want to write in English, put it there. Don't forget the F and the string. That's why it's called F string. So the F, the string, whatever you are writing in English language, anytime you are now calling a variable, put the variable inside curly bracket and make sure you close your string. And that's all. Okay, and that is all. That is all. Now, some other things that you can now do in string. Now, this is now coming into data operations now. Let's say I want to know the length of this string. How many, what's the total number of content in this string? Which means that, think about it, I can use it to count the total number of rows in an Excel sheet. Okay, the answer is simple. Just find length. Let me do something that is a bit easier so that you get it. Now, let's say I have my string here to be Daddy Shoki. Okay, and inside Daddy Shoki, I have a list of some of the album. Okay, album 1. Okay, so album 2, AL2, and let's say album 3, AL3, Daddy Shoki's music. Okay, but I want to now know the total number of cells, content, elements inside this string. I can just say len Daddy Shoki. It's as simple as that. Okay, if I do that and I run, it will tell me the total number of lengths in that Shoki. Okay, other operations that you can do include, you can calculate the sum. if everything here is an integer or a float, you can calculate the max and min as well. Okay, now we can now do some sort of validation in this case. So now if I run this cell now and say print 30 in items, what I'm asking is that is 30 in the list? So all these two will be returning boolean answers, true or false. Okay, let's try that. You can see that. So these are the items that we have. How many items is there? 5. What is the sum of the items that is there? 150. If you add everything together, you get 150. Which one is the maximum? What is the minimum? Okay, now think in terms of an Excel sheet. Okay, so we can use this to know the maximum number in a column. We can use it to know the minimum number in a column and so on. And you can use to confirm whether what I'm looking for is in the list or not. So those are some of the powerful things. Now tuple, you will most likely may not be working a lot with tuple as a data analyst, so we are skipping all of that. Now dictionaries, another major data structure that we use in Python for data analysis. Okay, I will also need to take a pause here so I can check if there are questions that I need to um, talk about. For now, I believe there is no question. So that I can know that you guys are still with me, type "we are here" in your on the comment section so that we can be sure that we're still together, please. Okay. Let me confirm. Esther, okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Right on, boss. Your mail.
Okay,
Thank you. Yeah, thank you
okay,
so
you're
much for your
muted.
responses,
Yeah,
guys. Yeah. So we are all
good.
here. We
Now
can
I
hear you
believe
clearly.
we are all on the same page now. So let's continue. Thank you very much. Uh, yeah, Python basics. So now another very powerful um, data structure in Python is a dictionary. Okay, a dictionary. And I've explained earlier that a dictionary is noted by this curly bracket. One, and it has a key, which is the identifier, what we are using to identify the value that we are talking about. Now to break it down in the structure of like a data, look at our Excel sheet, for example. You know that a standard Excel sheet or CSV is expected to have the header, maybe a name header, and all the individual rows. Now, as a programmer, you think of those stuffs like the header is the key that you are using to identify the column, and each of the rows in the column, yeah, they are now the value. That is a dictionary. So, which means that a column that is populated with data in Excel sheet or a CSV sheet is actually a dictionary, but a single column dictionary. Okay, a single column dictionary. Although on an advanced level, we will refer to them as either a vector or an array. Don't worry, we'll talk about it. Okay, I just don't normally we should have passed this stage, but I don't want to rush us. Even if the thing that we do is introduction to this stuff and we just look at head of a data frame, reading data in the Excel and do one or two things, I'm fine. Because the truth is, once you know these basics, your life is set. Okay. Now look at this particular dictionary that we've defined, that we've assigned to the name person. Okay, person in this case, a person, we expect that a person will have a name, a person will have a age, probably the name of the city that they are, all of them with their individual value. So this dictionary is quite explanatory. In data, in deeper data, a dictionary is like the simplest unit of a JSON file, but I will not go deep. Okay, now what we are doing here now is we define two different kinds of dictionary. Okay, this is a dictionary that is populated. A dictionary can be empty. Okay, and you can have oh, oh yes, I really love this. I have a gift that I want to share for anybody that get this answer. Don't use GPT. Who can tell me what we are doing here? If there is a name I've given to this thing that we are doing here before? Is there anybody that can tell us what exactly are we doing, especially with this dict that we wrote here? Is there anything that we are doing here? Anybody? Think about it. Oya oya, come. Let me go back to you so that we see. Is there anything that we are doing here? Look at this line, especially with this dict that we, in fact, there are two things that is here. This is a particular data structure. Yes. What is the name of that data structure? Question number one. Then what are we now doing with this dict that we are adding here? There is a giveaway for the first person to answer it correctly. Okay, the person creating a new dictionary and assigning it to student. Partial answer. Yes, we've been creating a dictionary, but we are doing something special there, something very special. Another person said, Adedeji said, we are populating the dictionary student. Yes, we are doing that. But there is something special we are actually doing there. There is a gift or a giveaway right here and now. Okay, and something really say data structure is dictionary. No. As a dish, no. I love the attempt, but no. But no, I will take one more answer before I give out the time for the giveaway that is done. Nobody, no answer. Converting data to dates. Be more specific. Be more specific. Your answer is almost correct, but be more specific. Identify the specific student detail. No. The closest person that almost got the answer is MS Mosesor. Okay, and for you getting close to the answer, you are getting a copy of Esther Anago's Python for data analysis if you don't have before. If you have before, you will get it and dash it to somebody. Yes. Yes. This person came late and you are almost correct, sir. Mr. Awuro. Yes, almost correct. But we are giving the gift to Mosesor. Please, Esther, note that we will be giving Mosesor a copy of your very exciting book that I believe that every data analyst should have. Now, the answer is the two answer I'm expecting is, you see this guy is a tuple. Number one, is a tuple. You can see this bracket that is in front of me. It's a tuple. But what I am doing here is typecasting basically. I am converting a tuple, okay, a tuple to a dictionary. That's what I'm doing here. Simple. Because I know that I cannot change the content of a tuple. Don't forget that. But because I might need to change the content of that tuple later on, I need to convert it to a dictionary. Okay, I cannot convert this guy to a list because it has a key and a value. So let's run this guy and pay attention to the type. Okay, pay attention to the type. Uh, this option is not callable. Why? Why? Why do we have that error there? Let's debug and see. Okay, maybe somewhere up. I hope you get that. I've assigned up. Yes, I've assigned that dict to something before. I know where the problem is. Let me so someone that you can see this somewhere up, we've defined that, you can see that. So Jennifer, you asked a question earlier that why is it that we should not use reserved keyword? This is why. Dict now is a reserved keyword. I was not thinking when I wrote it, basically. Okay. So if I convert this now, go and resign that. So I can now use my dict for typecasting. So to prevent some of this error, I'm really glad what's happening to us in this class so that you can see why learning some of those basics is important. Okay, I really love this. So you can see dict now. You can easily just come back and run, and it will run successfully now. I didn't run it. Hold on for me. I didn't even know where it is. So the best thing for me is to just restart that section. Yeah, so that we lose all the variable and do whatever it is that we need to do. So that's just the importance of that. This where is that? So it's a very long notebook. Okay, it's a very long notebook. You don't let me delete it. Let me just delete it. Let me delete it. where is the so we've ran through all of this guy. Uh-huh. Yeah, let's see if that resolve our issue. Yes, resolved. So the challenge was simple. I've already assigned it that I'm not supposed to assign. That's just the reason. That's just the reason. And that's all you can see. Now, our type has been converted to dict instead. Okay, so that is that about. So you can modify your dictionary the same way we modify lists. You can modify your dictionary just the same way. Okay, all you just have to do is call whatever it is that you are looking for. Let me show you a typical example here. Now we have a book here. Okay, we have the title of the book, we have the author, we have the year. Now let's now say I want to change this is the original content of the book. Yeah, but I want to change my page or book. No. Now let's say I now want to add something new to this dictionary. Let's say I want to add the page number. Okay, so it's simple. Just call the book, assign the page, and give it the number that you want. So I can change the name of the author from John to Jane. That's what we're doing here. And I don't even want to see book here at all, the year here at all. You can see the delete keyword. So there now is another reserved keyword in Python. You can see that's how you learn keyword mostly. Okay, practice. Now let's see the outcome of this. The original is this guy. In this case now we've added pages. You can see this guy. Now we've updated the author from John to Jane. Okay, and I deleted the book completely from here. The title, I think. What do we delete from here? Let me check. Year. Yeah, we've deleted the year from this guy. It's no longer there. So that's it. You can do dictionary slicing as well. You can do a lot of things from all of this. Same way we deal with lists. Same way. Okay. You can put dictionary. I'm skipping all of that. I'm skipping set as well because it's something that you can pay attention to and learn in all of that. Now, to arithmetic operation, basic things, simple. You can do addition, multiplication and division. The only thing I just want us to learn is the operators in this case. Plus is plus, minus is minus, star is multiplication, okay? Star is exponent, 2 raised to power 3 in this case, okay? Now, what do we mean by floor division? Okay, now pay attention to this. You can only appreciate it if I run that. Now, floor division is what is 12 divided by, let me use something that will give me decimal points. Good. So that we see, we appreciate it. Now, 13 times 4 is 52. 13 divided by 4 is 3.5. We know that. Now, when you do a floor division, you are rounding from float to integer. That's the meaning. So, floor division means you are only giving me the whole number that is there, and you are removing all the decimal points that is there. Modulo means I'm only retaining the remainder. Remember that if I divide 12 by 13 by 4, I'm going to have 3 remainder 1. So the remainder is what we are doing with modulo here, this guy. Okay, and of course, this is exponent. Okay, this is exponent. Know some of these operations, you will need it. Now, I don't need to talk much about this. I believe since we are all data persons here, arithmetic should not be our problem. All your operation in Python follows Pandas, or basically board mass. Okay, it's only that P means bracket, that's parenthesis. E means exponent. Another name for exponent is O order. Okay, not bracket of division, it's actually order, means exponent. Multiplication, division, addition and subtraction, they follow that order. So note that anytime you are writing logic. Okay, so you can do different operation, we can add strings together. Okay, the same way we do stuff. So all the operations, we talk about the equality operators as well. So we can play around with some of these so that we can move on. The only thing that I just want to let us pay attention to is our logical operators. Okay, logical operators. Don't forget that and when you say true and true, okay, it is true. If you say true and false, it is false. Okay, but if you say true or false, I need to write that down. Logic. True and true is true. Okay. True and false is false. True or false is true. True or true is true. True, false or false is false. So and so on and so forth. I think I've covered the most important one, which is true and false, meaning that it is false. So please note that, very important. So you can just think around it. If age is 25 and we've said that, let me explain what we are doing here. We are trying to build a small application that can confirm whether somebody has the right to get a license or not. That's what we are doing here. And we are defining our age for getting the license as 25. Okay, anybody that has the age of 25 will have license. If you don't have, if you are below the age of 25, no license for you. Now let's see how that works. Now we have an age now for the first stuff that we have as license. Now if the age is greater than 18, our age in this case is 25. Is our age greater than 18? Yes, that means this person can get license. Is our age greater than 30? Yes, our age is greater than 30. But let's now try a situation where um okay, let's say age greater than age is equals to 10, for example. I'll be against that. And let's say our age is greater than 18 and has license. Let's see what the output will be like. You can see false. Okay, false. As simple as that. No long thing. So what means that this person is greater than 18 true, but the age that we define here is 10. Yes, definitely the age in this case is greater than is not greater than 10. Please pay attention to this logic. The age here is 10, but 18. Is 10 greater than 18? Anybody? No. Yes or no? Which means that this already false and false, which means the whole operation will always be false. That's just logic. Okay, but it's logic, nothing, no long thing on that. So we define for all, we define the not is just negating. Okay, no long thing, no long thing, no long thing. You can practice all of that. Now to my best friend, if statement. I need to go back and check if there are questions. Okay. Is it a tuple because it groups different data type? Eniola, please be more specific about your question. Are you referring to the data type that we referred to earlier? If it is the data type that we referred to earlier, it is a tuple because it has a square bracket. Sorry, it has a normal parenthesis. This curve bracket, not curly bracket, but curve. That's why it's a tuple. As simple as that. Okay, as simple as that. So let's move on. So now, if statement, just like the name, it is, in fact, let me say it is the basic of writing logic in Python. If statement is the basics of writing logic in Python, I am going to type that out so that you understand the syntax of writing logic. Okay, and I'll use something different. Now, I want us to think, everybody. We want to build a CGPA checker. A basic one, we might not go advanced. And we know that for CGPA, if you score 70, okay, you have A, abi. Now let's define our our score norm, because we might have defined score somewhere before. So let's define our score norm to be 20. In fact, I want to do something funny. Now let's think like a Python developer. Now, normally what a Python developer will do is that you will not be hard coding everything like we have been doing so far. You want to collect numbers, values from your users. Okay, tell me, give me your name, give me your score. Okay, to do that in Python, use the input reserved word, inputs. Okay, inputs. Now, which is what we have done here. So I want to make my input a little bit flexible by using the evaluate keyword, eval. Eval means I can take any type of value from float to integer to anything. Okay, So we don't even need to do this second line again. That this AI did for us. We don't need it. So we have collected our score norm, okay, and we want to define what CGPA that whoever it is giving to us. Now, to do that, we need to do a new statement. Now, if the score norm, just the same way, it's very similar to the same way you write a formula in Excel. If the score norm is greater than or equals to 70, yes. Now, you see the syntax. Once I've written my if statement, I ended this with a full colon. If I press enter, you can see the parenthesis. This indentation, yes, that's the name. Indentation is very, very important in Python. Okay, now two form of indentation. You can use tab or you can use you can use spacebar. I prefer spacebar for my indentation. So now, look at this guy. If score norm is 70, can you see that? Okay, print your score. In fact, I want to use F string so that it's easy. Your score is of grade A. Your score, which in this case is in fact I may not use because I'm using F string. Your score norm is of grade A. Okay, now S, if your score is not of grade A, okay, we can use something as simple as this. Then your score is not of grade A. Let's see what happens there. So you can see it's prompting the user to have their score. Now, let's say I have a score of 70, 85. You can see that if I click enter, your score is of grade A. Why? Because my score is greater than 70. Let me rerun this guy again, okay, and put something like 35 and press enter. My score is not of grade A. Now, I can make this better, okay, by making it more complex. You know, normally, you know, for a standard grade checker, you can have grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D, F. Okay, now let's see how we can now do that in Python. It's simple. What we need to now introduce is something called an elif statement. Elif, which means else if, else if. Okay, what other thing can I? So you can see this elif. If our score is 60, that is of grade B, I can add more elif statement to make this better. Okay, if my score norm is 50, that's grade C, so I don't want more. Else, let me now adjust my else statement. Okay, then if your score is below 50, then I'm assuming that you are F. Now let's see that. Okay, I'm using the AI to fast track things because of time. Okay, so don't mind me. So now let's now say I have a score of 45. No, normally because 45 is below 50, our answer should be your score is of grade what? Is of grade F, which is what we are having. If I run this guy and I put something like 67, okay, my score is of grade B. So now think now of how much things you can now do with Python. I can make this into a full grade CGPA checker that will calculate the CGPA score that will do you see now you can see how Python is just easy to write. So when we say Python is not actually it isn't. It's just our mentality, understanding what the basics are. Okay, very, very important. You can use it to do as much as possible. Now, let's now think in terms of being a data analyst. What can I use if elif else statement to do? Okay, simple. Think of if I want to do categorization of sales score. Okay, any customer that spend between 5,000 to 10,000 naira is a low budget customer. A customer that spends between 5,000 to 20,000 customer is a middle value customer. A customer that spends above 100K is a premium customer for me. Now, think of how that can help your analysis on a very, very large scale, your categorization analysis. You can see why we are using Python for data analysis now. Okay, it's not hard. Just for you to understand these basics so that when we are now doing it as a sheet CSV level, okay, it becomes easier. It becomes easier. So all other scenario here is just explain some of the things that we've done upstairs. Now, nested conditionals. Although I will not be expatiating too much on this because of time. The meaning of nested is statement in statement. Simple. It's just being careful, the same way you do on Excel, okay, of writing statement in statement. Okay. Now look at our license app that we build the other time. Now we now want to make it more complex. Okay, to confirm whether the person is an adult before we say you give them the license to drive. Let's just look at it so because of time. So now age, now this guy is of 20 years of age. Now we want to confirm whether this guy has a license or not. In fact, I can make this better. Let's use input to make this easy. Okay, input, enter enter your age. Okay, let's use eval so that we can take any form of age. You can take any form of age. So now look at that. If I click enter for this guy, prompts my age. Let's say I am 35. You know, normally as a 35-year-old man, I should be able to work. I should be able to get a license because this script is saying that if my age is greater than 18, I'm an adult. Then if I don't have a license before, then it will tell me that I can drive. Is that not it? Sorry, if I have a license before. Now, remember that with uh, yeah, we can do that. So if I have a license before, we can say that yes, this person can drive as an adult and he has license. Let's just click enter. Now look at this. You don't mind all these print statements. I should have cleaned them up. Now my age is 35. Is that not it? Now, when my age is 35 and I have license, okay, it's telling me that I'm an adult, I can drive. Let's now imagine that I don't have a license, okay, that my license is false, and I run this script again. And I say, okay, I am 28 years old. You know I'm an adult, but I don't have a license. So you tell me I cannot drive. I need a license to drive. You're an adult though, but before you drive, you need license. Guy, you can't get your license. Okay. But let's not test this for somebody that is, let's say, below 18, like a 16 years of age. Guy, you are a minor. You can't even drive. You can't even drive. Everything is doing himself. You are a minor, you don't even have license. So you can't drive. So Python is as beautiful as that, really. Okay, things that you can do with it, and think of it as a very maximal level, very maximal level, very maximal. So so on. Now to my next best friend on Python, loops. Now pay attention to what we are doing here. If for those of you that are observant as I am, you realize that for every time I want to do this guy, I am running and running and running and running again. But if I don't want to be running, okay, I can define the number of times I want the script to run. So you can think of automation now. Good. So I can define the number of times I want this script to run. Okay, and to do that, I need to talk about loops. Now, basically in Python, yeah, we have two types of loop. The for loop, which is the definite loop, a loop that has a beginning and an end. Definite. It has start and it has end. Okay, and the while, oh sorry, and of course the next one is the while loop. While loop. So indefinite. If you don't terminated using break, let me just say like that. If you don't terminate a while loop, it will continue to run till Jesus come. Okay, so that's just the difference. Although we have ways that we can use to use the two of them. So now let's see how loop behave in real time. Now we have a list. Everybody know what a list is now that we have defined. Yeah. Okay. Now for loop, this is a bit advanced for a for loop. Let me create one that is even more basic. Okay. Now let's assume that I want to create a list of number from 1 to 10, for example. Okay. Now to do that, you can see there are many ways you can do it, of course. Look at what's recommended for us. I don't want that. I want to use a for loop. Now, you see the syntax of a for loop is this. For something in a range, I will break it down, just be with me. And our range in this case is, remember that 1 means position 1. And because we are going from 1 to 10, 10 will mean position 11 like that. Don't forget, it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so now for I in this range, this I can be anything. It's just the standard that we use in Python. Okay, it can be for Malik in range, whatever. It can be for Esther in range, it can be anything. But what we just need to pay attention here is the syntax for for loop is that when you write a for loop like that, okay, you need to end it with a full colon and put an indentation like we are saying that. So print I. So if you do that, it's going to generate from me from 1 to 10. I hope you can see that. From 1 to 10. Now, there's now one special thing of loop. I can determine the increment. Okay? Increment, if I want it to be increasing in 1, 1, I can say the default is 1 increment. But if I increase the increment to 2, which is what we are having there, it's going to be doing it at 2, 2 interval. So the first one, you see, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So which means that if I want to even generate all the odd numbers between 1 and infinity, I can use this. Let's try something like odd number between 1 and 30. Okay? Between 1 and 30. If I do that, it's going to generate odd number between 1 and 30 for me. So that's the benefit of for loops in Python. It has a beginning, it has an end, and it has an increment that you can use. So I'm going to close that and see our example now. Now, don't forget to write a for loop is for whatever in our range. Now, fruit here is a list. A list is also a range of elements. I hope you understand the logic there now. A list is already a range of elements. That's why we are not saying for fruit in range fruit, because fruit itself is a range of elements. So we can put that. Okay. So for this other one, for character in I want to put all the different characters that are present in I separately. I want to print H and I want to print I. Now let's run that and see. You can see that for the first basic one, what are the elements that is in this guy? Apple, banana, cherry. And I want to look through this thing, the H and the I. So that's the importance of for loop. Thankfully, I've demonstrated this just now and the increment. So that's basically how it works. You can use for loop for as many things as possible in Python. So I will not waste too much time and move on. So you can practice all of that to understand what they mean. So the next thing is now while loops, okay? Yeah, let me go back to, so I believe I've spoken um for yeah, I came to check for questions. So far there hasn't been questions. I believe everybody is getting it. So if you are getting it, just give me feedback in the chat box that I'm getting it, so that I can be sure that we are on the same page before I move on. Because time obviously is not on our side. Okay, let me confirm. Esther, please, can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay,
I
yes,
am.
I'm getting it. I think I'm getting some feedback now. I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
Okay.
Thank you, Favor. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, good. We can continue. Okay. Now, the next thing is now while loop. Okay. Now, like I said, the difference between while loop and for loop is that if you do not delimit while loop, it continues. Now, the syntax of a while loop is a bit more complicated than a for loop, which is why I don't really use it. So, but now, to do a while loop, the four of us need to instantiate. By instantiating, I mean you start with the baseline. For example, now, if I want to count between 1 to 5, I have to set my count to be something first. In this case, it's 0. So now, as long as whatever I am saying here is true, okay, this loop will continue to run. This loop will continue to run. So now, our count is 0. So if it runs for the first time, count becomes 2. When it gets here, it increases by 1. That's why we are delimiting this guy. So the first loop that runs through here is 0. So yes, it will fall first check. If 0 is less than 5, continue. So it will write 0. Then it will get here, add to 1. 1, count is now equals to 1 here. It comes here again. 1 is less than 5, abi okay. Comes here again, print. But once e print, increase the count to 2, 2, 3 until e gets to 5. When 5 is no longer less than 5, that's when this guy will terminate. So what this guy is going to help us to do is going to print values between 0 and 4 or 5 in this case. Let's run this guy. You can see when count is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It was 4 at the end of the day because 5 is less than 5, obviously. So it will be 4. So you can see that if I increase this guy to 20, it will print between 0 and 20. if I make mistake and I don't add this guy, or I don't add a break, okay, this will continue till Jesus come. Okay, it will keep running. In fact, my notebook has hang now like this. My notebook has hang. Let me just terminate it ASAP there like that. So that's it. It will continue to print 0000 till the end of time. Okay, so that's why you need to delimit a while loop. So I'm terminating that obviously. So let me change this guy and return our guy again and run this guy again so that we don't have problem. Okay, so be careful when you are using a while loop, although you may not use while loop at all. Okay, only that you can use it to do some basic automation and build some games, which we don't do mostly. And some of those to our old friend now, functions. This is the last thing that we're going to do here so that we can move straight to now. What is a function? Come here, let's come here a bit. Yes, now look at this statement. Let's say I want to build a calculator, for example. Okay, in fact, yeah, calculator is the easiest thing I can use. And I know that my calculator can add, it can subtract, it can multiply. Okay, now the challenge with a programming, which is a part that I skipped earlier so that we can move on with these classes. I wanted us to expose us to what programming is, but there's no time. Okay, now I wanted to tell us that you see, in programming, your most important task as a programmer, whether an analyst or not, is you must tell your system exactly what to do step by step. So which means that if I want to do 1 plus 2 one time, and I have decided that A is equals to 1 and B is equals to 2, so that I can always say A plus B is equals to something, which in this case will be 3. Yes, once I have used this once, to use it again I have to code it again in another part of code if I want to use it again. Okay, and that's stressful, rewriting the same body of code that you can use over and over. So to do that, that's where function comes in, which is why they will tell you that a function is a reusable body of code, a code that I can use every time and every time and every time, a reusable body of code. That's just the meaning. Now, how do we now define a function in Python? The identifier is this word def, def, def. Okay, and the name of the function will be in between. This is just the syntax basically for putting a function. Okay, now look at this guy. We are building a function that can help us to say hello world. Okay, so you can see anytime, let's say I write another part of the code here and I say greet. Okay, let's say greet Shade. This one will print an error because we did not define Shade in the body of code. Okay, so so what we can do is we need to run this guy again so that we use our hello world. Okay, now let's say I want to make this a bit more. The reason why I'm putting all this so that you can understand what we are doing here in case you are reading the stuff. So a function to create different names is what we are trying to do here. So now if I'm going to do that, now look at this now. Def greet. Now I want the person to be able to put their name inside here. Okay. Now here now to do that, I can say name is equals to collect a string input from my user. So like say enter your name. So if I run that, my name is Malik. So if I do that, wait. Oh, don't mind. So this is incomplete. Let me say complete now. So Malik. Yeah. Oh, I didn't define it. So name is equals to manage. So that's the best way we could have gotten this done. We can't do it like this for now. Ah, why? Is it okay? Let's check the error just to save our time. Well, let me see. It's wasting time. Why? So now, yeah, I know. Thanks. Obviously, I didn't put strange. Yeah, so that's basically it. So let's say we want to build another one that can take input from the user. So I have to define that takes user name and hits them. Okay. So to do that, mm, anyway, let's move on because of time. So now there are other kinds of functions that you can build that you can actually add your parameters inside this guy. Okay. So for example, now if I want to build a function that can add two things together, I hope you get it. So all I simply need to do, let me put that out. All I simply need to do is to write the def, the name of the function that I'm building. Okay. Let's say I want the user to only return three things. I hope I get some point in the function. So I want to add three numbers at once, unlike two that guy is. So this has to have. So now in this case now, what I want this guy to always return is to add all the three contents of this guy together. So once I've defined that function here, expected, okay, yeah. Once I've defined that function here, I can easily use it. I want to add 2, 3, and 5 together to give me my answer. So I can easily keep using add every time. Now, why is it important for you as a data scientist or data analyst to learn this? Majority of the things that you'll be using, okay, for example, if you want to read Excel, a CSV sheet, for example, as in this case. Now, the question you need to be asking is that why am I, if I want to read an Excel sheet, yeah, I'll change this to pd.read Excel, okay, and I can say Netflix dot the name of the Excel sheet, for example. Okay, now the question we need to ask ourselves is why read CSV? Why read Excel? The answer is simple. You see, this PD, which I will explain later, is a library in Python. They've already built a reusable function that you can always use to read CSV anytime you need it. That's why we are always writing read CSV here. If you want to read Excel, it's read Excel. If you want to read parquet, it's read parquet. It's a function that has different stages of logic on how to read the file. So all you just do is to reuse it. So just like we are doing here, they've done something like this inside that library for us so that we don't have to do it. Okay, just like the same way we did that text to speech the other time. Okay, so this is exactly what has been done for us to make it reusable. I am going to remove this guy so that we don't have issue later on. I hope that is clear. So these are some of the ways that you can use to define functions. So now, what are now the basic built-in functions that you need to know in Python? Some of it we've been using them for typecasting. String, integer, and float is an inbuilt Python function. Another inbuilt Python function is round, for you to round number. Power, to raise to power. Okay, the same way we can do 2 exponent 10, I can easily just do power 2 raised to power whatever I want, for example. So it's an inbuilt Python function. 2 exponent 3 is 8, abi? Yeah. Now I can also do the same thing as power 2 comma 3, 8. So it's the same thing. What they have basically done is to build a function that can allow us to always do this every time, and it's simple. Basically what they did is def 2 comma, let me show you a typical example of building that function. So to build that function, a function to raise to power or exponents. Okay, so now basically this is how it is. This is the function. So what we have basically done, we are naming our own power instead of power because it's using that. So the base is the number that we are putting in. The exponent is what we are doing that. So for every time you are doing that, you can always repeat it. Now, if I run this guy and I come here and say power 3 comma 3, which should be like 27, I should be getting my answer. Okay. So to do that, sorry, we need to assign this so that we can print. If power something like this is this guy, so we need to print. We don't even need to write the print statement. You can say power. Uh, Print power. No, why? Oh, yeah, that's true. We cannot define a variable that is already there. So yes, it's a Python word. So let's just cancel that so that we don't waste much of time trying to debug that. So other Python functions, filter. Okay, we can use it to filter. When we start using it in our CSV sheet, you will see how important it is. We can use it to map. Okay, so I don't want to waste too much time because we have some of now. What are some of other Python libraries functions that is important? You can use it to change case, uppercase, lowercase, and you can have your sentence case for capitalize. You can strip, you can remove. From for example, now look at this. I run this guy. Now our test is Python programming, but what I want to remove here now is I want to strip them, all these extra spaces that we have here, missing space. Okay, the same way we do what's the name of that thing in Excel formula again? I think it's also strip. Okay, that you remove. Definitely you do the same thing here in Python. So and so on and so forth. So you use Python to replace, to find, to count. Yeah, my best friend again, to split and to join. When we start doing our own stuff, we will know. Now, for the parts that we actually need for data analysis, I need to come back here to be sure that we we know we are on the same page. So let me call on Esther, please, so that she can verify that she can hear me. Esther, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Esther, can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I don't think she's
Am I
here, but
audible?
I believe everybody here, if you can hear me, just oh yes, she has responded. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you so much. Now, most likely we may not be able to like finish. I'll probably record a video on how to do the analysis, but I will show us a few steps forward. Now, please, this is important. So I will need to go here. If you have not been listening to anything that I've been saying since morning, this is a part that you need to come and listen to. You see, libraries. Okay, Python has its own inbuilt Python function. Yes, we have looked at some of them: strange, map, filter, power, exponent, input, strange, float. All those ones are input Python functions. Now, if I want to increase the capability of Python, especially for data analysis, yes, I need 4 types of libraries. Major, there are more. In fact, you cannot know all the libraries. Every day you learn new libraries. Every day you learn new libraries. But for a start, there are I think there are like 5. There are 5 libraries that are third-party libraries that you work with as a data analyst in Python. The first one that I've been using so far is Pandas. Second one, okay, Pandas, which is used for data frames and data analysis mostly. Okay. The next one is NumPy. NumPy, which is used for numerical calculations. calculations. The next one is Matplotlib, which is used for visualizations. The next one is Seaborn, which is used for advanced visualizations. There are more like SciPy, which is also used for scientific calculations. There are more and more. There are basic one like Colab for cleaning data. There is Polars for also for data analysis. There is UDF also for data analysis. There are many more. But you see these four, if you don't know how to do anything with Python, you should be able to use Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, Libon, and SciPy correctly. Now, why did I come here? It's because of this guy. This guy. Data frame and array. Now, everybody, please focus, stay with me. Now, you know that in Excel, yes, you have something like this. Maybe the name, maybe age, maybe give me more, maybe sales that you have. Okay, I've explained together the other time that all of these guys will have values. Is that not? Okay, you see one column like this, one column like this, as you are seeing it, we refer to it as a vector. Okay, it's a vector. Now, all this column like this together, okay, you know, if you look at it like this, it looks more like matches. Matches, like if I do something like age now, okay, I can have 21, 22, 23. One row of a matches is a vector. If I now start have multiple rows, age 1, 2, 3, 4, golf for example, 3, 5, 6, 7, daddy 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, you can see that it has become a matrix. Is that not it? This is a matrix. Now, a matrix is data frame in Pandas. In NumPy, it is referred to as array. I will come again. A matrix is data frame in Pandas, and in NumPy, we call it array. If you know that, your life is easy. Which means that, remember, for some of us that we did maths in undergraduate days or during your secondary school days or further mathematics, for example, you know, when you want to add matches together, you add row wise and column wise. This is why Python is fast. Instead of doing it manually, it does them in aggregation together as NumPy arrays or vectors or data frames. Okay, now a vector and an array in NumPy. In Pandas, a vector is referred to as a series. A series, just one column, a series. So you hear something like Pandas series and Pandas data frame. The data frame is tabular, just like a matrix. Okay, a vector and a NumPy array. A Pandas series, which is one column, or a Pandas data frame. That will help your life. So if you know that. So now, NumPy now, how do we use these different third parties library in Python? You need to install them first. And to install in Python, you use something called pip, the pip package installer. So now, for any package that is third party that you want to use, like Pandas, you have to pip install it. You are installing NumPy, you pip install it. You are installing Cpon, you pip install it. You are installing Matplotlib, you pip install it. Let's say I want to now use SciPy. Let's use this three for now. Okay, if I click Shift Enter or I click Run up here, there are so many ways you can use to run. I prefer Shift Enter or Control Enter. Okay, unknown pip. I've installed Pandas with something else up there. Okay, no wahala. Why not? Ordinary to install pip still throwing error. Do I need to restart this guy again? Alright, let me, oh, it's not connected to a runtime. Let us restart the section, say yes, so we can do our pip install again. Alright, it's not knowing Pandas here. Hold on, let me try a new sheet just to be sure. Oh, oh. Pip installed, guys. Pip installed. Don't mind me. Okay, I'm exhausted. Probably will have to. You can see. Now, for all of these libraries, it's installing all of them. The reason why you are seeing requirements already satisfied here is because This Google Colab, majority of all these common libraries, they have installed it for us before. So all of them are, if it's a new stuff, maybe like this guy that we are doing on in the terminal, you see everything installing one by one after the other. Okay. So now we've installed our guys. Now the next thing is now to import them. When you click install, you install. Now let's see how an array works. This is something I've explained. You can see an array is just like a single cell. It can be more, okay? It can be more, it can
Okay,
take more than this.
Malik.
So which one is zero, which one is that? We don't really need majority of all of these guys. So what are the things that you can do with numpy array? You can check the
Malik,
shape of the data. You can
please
check the
confirm you
data
can hear
type.
me.
You can check the size of the data, and so on and so forth. So this is why numpy is really interesting for us. Now pandas. Now remember I told you now we have two things in pandas series and pandas data frame. Now let's see the difference between the two of them. A series is just one column. The data frame is your entire data sheet. Okay, a series is just one column. Your data frame is the entire data sheet. Now how do you read? Please pay attention to this syntax. When you are doing your read for data frame, you can see that the D is in capital letter and the F is capital letter. Don't make that mistake, although you can easily debug. So now let's now see some operations that we can do with data frame. Now our data frame for the name column, for the age column, for the this guy column. Now what are the things, different operations we can do with data frame? We can check the shape, okay, how many rows and how many columns. We can list out all the names of the columns that are there. We can check the content of only one column, okay. Same thing with this guy, and we can check the shape of everything. So let's reload this and see what we're doing here. So you can see the shape here. We have 4 rows, 3 columns. You can see 4, 3, 3 columns, and the longest number of rows is what's going to be, in fact they are all the same, 1, 2, 3, 4. So all of them have 4 rows, 3 columns each. Okay, what are the different names of columns that we have? So you can do this if you read in an Excel sheet and you want to check what are the different names of the columns that are there. You can just say df dot columns, as simple as that. So if you want to check the content inside only one column, okay, you just call the name of the column and it gives you, just like we are doing here. Okay, and so on and so forth. Now let's try some statistics now. Now another task that you can do in a data frame is to describe.
Hi,
Okay,
Malik. Please
describe
confirm
will
you
tell
can hear
you
me
what are the
clearly.
different summary statistics that you can get for the table. Okay, the mean, the median, the mode, the standard deviation, and so on. As you are seeing here, you can see the mean, the standard deviation, the mean, the 25th percentile, 50 percentile. This is the median. Okay, the 75 percentile, and what's the max? Okay, so you can sum up the contents of a column that are integer or float. Remember that you cannot sum for a string. So if I want to sum the content of a column, all I simply do is df dot sum for the specific column. Okay, if I want to sum and restrict the decimal place, okay, for in this instance this is to 2 decimal place and hence 3. So here as you can see that I'm restricting only to 2 decimal place, okay. And for the marks, of course, blah 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 blah. And like I said, we can filtering, we can sort. So all of this we will do when we are talking about our CSV. Okay, now this is something I've talked about earlier. The first thing that you definitely need to do after you have import your data, you have you have downloaded all your pip install all your libraries, you've imported them. Definitely the next set of things is you want to read your data in. Okay, so like I said, if it's a CSV, you read this CSV. If an Excel, don't worry, this is just a walkthrough of the basic. You do an holistic thing. Very soon. So okay, now in this case now I made it defensive, okay, in the sense that I'm trying to read the data. If it does not exist, it tell me that file is not found, okay, which is a production scale stuff. So now there is no file that is by that name here, but let's go into our data here now. Okay, let's pick one of the data that is available here. let me copy the part and put it here. Okay, and read this guy. Okay, now good. So that you will see what I'm doing, I need to reduce the size of this guy. Good. Now see this guy now. We have a data in our default data that is coming from here, and we want to try and read it. So this is the file part. Okay, you can always right click and copy like I did. Now, what are now the different things that I want to check? I just want to check the shape of that data. One, that means in this data I have 9 columns, 3,000 rows. Okay, rows, column, that's it. Rows and column. So what are now the different columns? Remember, just with the just df dot column will list all the columns that are there for you. You can see. And we did a small typecasting here, because if you say df dot column, it's going to return as a tuple. So we did a little typecasting to list here. That's why you are seeing this curly bracket here. Okay, you're seeing the the square bracket here. So okay, so and it shows me what's the first row that we have there. A typical way that I could have just done it, or an extra way that I could have done that, is say df dot head to show me the first 5 rows that is there. Okay, those are some of the things that we can do when it comes to using Python. Don't worry, we get there, but I'm trying to get you guys to understand some of those nitty gritty, so that when we start saying pd dot concat dot strange dot replace, you will know exactly what we are doing in that line. That's the trick. Okay, that's the trick. So yeah, now in Python you can do so many things. In Python you can write and read from the file. You can write and read only. Let me just create some. So W means to write into a file in Python. R means to read. RB means to read and write. Okay, so and so on and so forth. These are some of those basic things that you should be familiar with when it comes to Python. Now I know that our time is like really fast spent, but let me, so you can do as many as possible with a couple of that. Some of these things we've mentioned, you can play around with some of these things you mentioned, some of all of these things you mentioned. Now, how do we work with matplotlib? Simple. We've installed our matplotlib before. We have import our splice plot. Now, the basic syntax of matplotlib is this. Now, you already have your data. Okay, whatever data in df that has already been predefined, that's the one thing. So depending on the figure that you want to choose, if I want to do a bar chart, it will be plt dot bar for bar chart. If I want to do a plot, scatter plot, for example, is blt dot plot dot scatter plot, I think. You understand? So and so on for scatter plot, which I believe, since you guys are analysts, you are familiar with the fact that the scatter plot is used for getting correlations, and a bar chart is used for plotting the categorical variables. Okay, just like what we are trying to do here. We want to plot a line plot here. We have our data. So because it's a line plot now, okay, plt dot plot is for line plot, yes. So the plt will give us the title, what is the label we want to put on the x-axis, what is the label we are putting on y-axis. Do we want the grid line to show? And at the end of everything, we show. If you don't put this plt dot show, let me cancel this guy. If you run this guy, you can see it might run for some libraries, for some IDE, but in some it will not show. So the plt dot show will help you with some of those stuff, and you can ignore the warnings to put whatever it is like that. So that's how you plot a scalar plot. If I want to do a bar chart, you can see this bar, just like I do that. And you know that for a bar chart, you're having categorical variables and their values. You do that to see a bar chart. So you can make bar chart as much expensive as possible. You can do this is for histogram. So you can see plt.east is for histogram. And so for scatter plot, I was right, scatter. Okay, if you want to plot a scatter plot, this is how you do that. This is how you do. So it's as interesting as that. So if I want to do a subplot, you can see this is how we do majority of all of that. So Python is that interesting. Learning some of these syntax is not really difficult, honestly. Once you know that for plot it is plt.plot, every other syntax remain the same. X label, Y label, title and so on, they remain exactly the same. Don't worry, when we are dealing with an actual CSV, we would work on all of that. So yeah, okay, date and time let's walk you through. So Python has an innate date and time function that is called datetime, that you can use to manipulate your different dates. Time data is used for calculating the difference between dates. Datetime will help you to pick the exact date you are looking for. Okay, so now if you want to know the exact date time now, you want to get today's date. Okay, and if you want to specifically format it in whatever format that you want, this is how it's done. And when we start using it, you see how we can get some. Now today's date now is 15th of, you can see that 15th of 11 2025, and this is the time. So the year is 2025, the month is 11, the day is 15. And you can see all the different formats that we can get and get and get. Now sometimes you might need to work with data that is sensitive to time zones. I hope you get that. Like for example, UTC means the UTC is universal time, whatever, whatever. Also similar to, also very much similar to GMT. Okay, for example now, Nigeria is UTC plus one, also the same time as GMT plus one. So time zone. So all of these things, you get familiar with them, the more you practice. So not to waste too much of our time on that. So those are the common basics that you can work yourself through, and these are where you can get more examples of learning some of those things. This particular notebook will be shared so that you can work through. Now we need to make a decision because of time, which is, yeah, thank you very much, Emmanuel. It's supposed to be quick and stuff. Yes, my brain is hyperactive. We corrected that. So now we need to make a decision now. We've spent 23 minutes above the 4 hours that we planned. Now the last stage now is for us to do our Excel demo, analyze an actual data set that have already been pre-shared. So but we need to decide before we go on, okay, which is, should we analyze that data now, or two options: we schedule another solely analysis class, which is just going to be 30 minutes or 5 minutes, another date could be next week, or I record a video showing myself doing the analysis. So those are the two options that we have now, or we can do it now. So I want us to like make it democratic now based on, so we go with the most populated group in terms of the vote. So do you
Yeah,
think we should
so
continue the class
Malik,
now? One,
Malik,
or
can you hear me?
Esther, I can't hear you.
Okay, please can another person confirm whether they can hear me? Because I think I came
Yeah,
earlier
I can hear you
to
now.
call your
Yes, I can hear you.
attention, but you could not
I think
hear
my
me.
my guy here is
But you
speaking.
can hear me now, right?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so the class has been so impactful, I must say, and I'm very happy that a lot of people have been interacting, right? They've been sending comments, commenting. Okay, yeah, thank you, Izzy. So it has been very engaging, and I love that. I love that fact that they've been answering questions as well. And because you've taught us a lot of things, and
Yeah,
I believe
too much.
that some people's head are about to blow. So we don't want to blow anybody's head right now. So I think it would be better for us to schedule a second session so that we can have that session fully for the analysis part of it. So you've done so well by explaining to us everything that needs to be known, right, in Python. The installation part has been sorted out already. And then the introductory part, very, very important. And I love the way you broke everything down. So I advise every one of you to please go back to it. For those that came late, please rewatch it. because we're going to be coming back for a second part. I don't think anyone would want to vote for the continuation. A lot of things have been taught already, so we need more time to
Digest some of those stuff.
thank you, to digest it. So please, everything that he has taught us would be very, very useful for analysts, anyone that wants to become an analyst, a scientist, or whatever path you want to go for. So please try and understand every single thing that has been taught. We will be coming back. I'm not sure of next week yet, but we might do it next week. I'm having another program next week, another session next week, but I'm not so sure yet, but I'm going to get back to you. So please join the WhatsApp session, WhatsApp channel rather, so that you would know when we are fixing the time we would be fixing for the class. So thank you so much, Malik. It has been very, very, very impactful. My head right now is full of a lot of things, and I believe a lot of persons also have similar testimony about the class. So thank you so much. So would be having a different session for the analysis part, so that we would also sit down and do it ourselves. And don't forget, if you have not downloaded all those parts already, those tools that we downloaded earlier, please try and download them. Again, we're also going to be using Google Colab, right? Is that what we'll be using next time too?
Sorry, I
Is that
didn't
what
catch
we'll
that.
be
What did
using?
you say?
Okay, I said the next time we're coming back for the practical session, we would be doing it on Google Colab, right?
Yes, yes. Google Lab is easy.
Exactly.
You can use your phone. That's
Exactly.
why I
It's easy
prefer
to navigate.
it.
Exactly.
The
And that
reason
was
why
why
we had to
it's
just go through the installation is they might not be using, of course, you are a data scientist. They will not use Google
yeah,
Colab in practice. So
very
they will
true.
need
You
to be
won't
able to set up.
exactly. So majorly would be using VS Code even when you start working in an organization. So you either use VS Code and Anaconda. Those are the major tools. But for this session, we decided to use Google Colab so that those that don't have access to to laptop, right, would be able to also follow through. So once again, thank you so much for those that joined till this time. We've spent over 4 hours, almost 4 hours, 30 minutes for this class. So thank you so much. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to the channel. If you have not subscribed to the WhatsApp channel as well, please do well to subscribe, because that's where we push out updates. That's where we send updates to. We send the links for all the sessions we have, right? Thank you so much, Favor, for this feedback. Please, you guys should follow Malik. Malik is a great guy. See, we call him Prof. We sorry, we call him Prof, right? We work in the same organization. He's a very good guy. He knows his onions. He knows. So please follow him on LinkedIn. Follow him on LinkedIn. Is Malik Bello on LinkedIn. So just follow him, connect with him. Is also, I believe, is also going to create a YouTube channel. He's a very, very great teacher. So when he creates a YouTube channel, I'm also going to be adding it to our channel as well, WhatsApp channel, so that you guys can subscribe to his channel and watch his videos. So for those that came late, you can always go back to the video, rewatch it, send to those you feel would be interested in this class as well. So thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to be sending an update to the WhatsApp channel. If you have not joined yet, please join. If you have not subscribed yet, please do well to subscribe. The lady or the person that won the book had already messaged, sent an email to me. So we're going to be getting the book today or tomorrow. And another thing is I wrote a book for all data enthusiasts. If you are interested in data, you want to become a data analyst, you don't know where to go, you don't know what to do, a lot of resources are out there, you are overwhelmed, the book is great for you. So if you have not bought it yet, please do well to buy it. I'll be sending the link to the group. So thank you everyone once again for joining. Every other thing would be sent to the WhatsApp group. Malik, once again, thank you so much. Please, before we close the meeting, let's all thank Malik in the comments, please. Thank you so much, Malik. Tell him how great he was. Tell him how fantastic his session was. I enjoyed the class. So please, let's thank him. Let's appreciate him in the comments. Thank you once again, everybody, for joining. Thank you. Thank you, Malik, once again.
Thank you.